microphone checker, swinging sword, something, something. I forget the words. Welcome to YouTube. It's a YouTube where you control the tube. I got nothing. Let's see here. So let's start off right from the bat with some. Well, which one do we want to do here? I guess we're going right into it.
The plan. It's at 4 o'clock, and you have your speakers, and they should all finish at the given time. And they don't finish. It louses the whole works up, and it makes it very hard. I said if you start off with your original arrangement, this court show.
Oh, he's already into
it. A thing like this, and you time it, and you have this, is a continuation of what I said before.
Oh, shit.
What I said before.
Okay.
And then I will go into a new subject. And one of the things I want to thank Pastor Peters for is his velvet hand. Now, his iron hand,
fast forward a little bit more.
Hand of steel,
it looks better.
Is very good, and I approve of it.
Full screen or like this?
A plan, a thing
I think it looks
this,
better smaller.
And you time it, and you
low
have your speakers, and they should all finish at the given time. And they don't finish. It louses the whole works up, and it makes it very hard. So every speaker should
get on with it.
Time. And I apologize for not keeping track of my time before, and I ran with about
he's
10
taking up
minutes
time trying to say that he's not trying to take up time.
Videotape. So I will put that on now. What I was had covered is that the procedures that you would follow if you were in a court, and if you start off with your original arrangement, and then
disclaimer: this is not legal advice, and in no way is this channel or this video giving legal advice.
What you say to the judge, what he will say to you, and this is all covered up to the point that the judge has declared it's a statutory jurisdiction. And I said that is as far as we've ever got any court to go. They have come to the point that they say this is a statutory jurisdiction, Mr. Freeman. And then at that point, what you say is, thank you, Your Honor. Let the record of this court show that this particular criminal action against our Freeman is a criminal action under a statutory jurisdiction. Now, if there's no interference from the court, you set that right into the record. Then you turn to the judge and say, Your Honor, I do have another problem here. I have never heard of criminal actions under statutory jurisdictions. I'll be glad to accept that jurisdiction if you can show me the published rules, or tell me where I can obtain the published rules of criminal procedure for statutory jurisdictions. Now, there is no published rules of criminal procedure for statutory jurisdictions. And so he can't tell you where to find them, and he can't show them to you. And at that point, we've run in cases where at that point, the case is just dismissed. In one case, it reached that point when the prosecuting attorney was in the courtroom, and he said, I don't think there's enough merit in this case to waste my time and court's time trying it. I move the case be dismissed. That was in a case, a member of Peter's church who had let his driver's license expire, and he had not reinsured, so he didn't have compulsory insurance on his automobile and no driver's license. But I didn't see enough merit in the case to try it, so it was dismissed. Well, that's where they've stopped so far. But the point is, someday we may get an attorney, a judge, to admit that they're operating as a condition of international contract under the criminal aspects of an admiralty jurisdiction, because that's his only other authorized criminal jurisdiction. And so if you could ever get him to admit it, that is fine. The minute he states it, thank you, Your Honor, let the record of this court show that this court has declared this particular criminal action against Howard Freeman is a criminal action under a statutory jurisdiction. And that settles it. It's in the record. No objections. You got it in the record. And, I said statutory. I meant admiralty. Now, once that's in the record, then you turn to the court and say, well, Your Honor, you realize that no court in the United States has a criminal jurisdiction in admiralty unless there's a valid international contract in dispute. I'm not aware of any international contract. Will you have the prosecuting attorney? Well, since I'm not aware of it, I deny that any such contract exists. Will you have this prosecuting attorney prove that there's a valid international contract in existence, that I'm a party to that contract, and my being a party to that contract obligates me to obey this statute? Well, that takes the burden off the judge's back, and it puts it on the prosecuting attorney's back. And the average prosecuting attorney at that point would give up. But suppose we have a smart. Suppose he really knows his business, and he gives away the secrets which they don't want given away. And he says, well, the way Mr. Freeman came under this jurisdiction is the fact that Roosevelt made a contract in the name of all the people of the United States for a bank credit. And in 1938, America reached the point where there was not enough gold. He promised to repay that bank credit in gold coin. In 1938, he did not have the gold coin to repay the debt that he had contracted. Therefore, the American people went into bankruptcy. And we didn't declare it bankruptcy. We said we're blending the procedures of law with the procedures of equity so we wouldn't alarm the people. But that was really what happened. And at that point, the American people came under a jurisdiction of compelled performance. These statutes that you have seen passed and that Mr. Freeman is charged with violating are public policy statutes in the interest of the nation's creditors, and they are enforceable on the letter of the public policy statute, and he is in violation of that public policy statute. Now, that he seems to have covered the justification for the admiralty jurisdiction. But here is your answer. Your Honor, I would agree that that jurisdiction would apply if the contract that Roosevelt made with the international bankers was a valid contract. But by the very law of nations that contract was made under, that contract is an invalid contract. The law of nations, the law merchant, call it what you will, states that a valid contract must be an interest contract. And it is my contention that Roosevelt engaged in a no-interest contract when he borrowed that credit from the international bankers. Now, what is an interest and what is a no-interest contract? Yeah, I have 1 minute to cover this. Quickly to see it, why can I not take a fire insurance policy out on my neighbor's house? Well, the reason I can't is because the policy would not be enforceable in any court of law because I have no interest in that house. I have put up a premium to insure a house that I have no interest in. I hope the house burns down. Say it's a $100,000 house insured for $80,000. I hope the house burns down. I gave $400 premium, and I hope it burns down before the year's up. But you see, the man who owns that house, he has an interest in that house not burning down, because if the house burns down, it was worth $100,000, and he's only going to get $80,000. The insurance company doesn't want to see that house burn down. They have an interest in the house, so they don't want to see the house burn down. And that is what you would call an interest contract. By both parties have an interest in the subject matter of the contract. That house is a subject matter, and neither the insurance company nor the owner of the house want to see the house burn down. But I come along as a gambling man, and I put up the premium, and I insure the house. Now, if it burns down, I go to collect this $80,000, and I find that no court has jurisdiction to enforce an invalid contract. And so I can't even get my $400 premium back. I'm out. I don't think the house burned down. I put $400 premium on. But the contract was an invalid contract, and no court is empowered with a jurisdiction to enforce an invalid contract. So I'm just out of luck. Well, now let's see what kind of a contract Roosevelt made with the international bankers. When he made that contract with the international bankers, that was a no-interest contract. That is unenforceable in any admiralty court or any court in the world. And so my 10 minutes is up, but that is enough to show why the courts will deny or never tell you that they're operating in an admiralty jurisdiction. Because in the slightest traffic case, an overtime parking ticket, if they actually admitted that this came under an admiralty jurisdiction, this is compelled performance in the interest of the nation's creditors. If this were a public policy statute that's being enforced on the letter of the statute as a criminal action, if it's criminal, it's got to be international law, because American equity is civil. And so if it's a criminal action, it's under international law. And the only way that would hold, that jurisdiction would hold, is if it were a valid contract, because no court has jurisdiction to enforce an invalid contract. So your argument in an admiralty jurisdiction is the contract is not a valid contract, and no court has. And you see, if the contract Roosevelt made with the international bankers was not a valid contract, then the debt that America owes ain't no debt. It's a void debt. There's no debt. And if the contract that he made is invalid, how can they tie me into an invalid contract claiming I'm a creditor of these bankers? You see, if I've got that into the court record, that the contract that had brought me under these public policy statutes was not a valid international contract, then that would mean that the United States had no debt, and if the United States had no debt, then I am at law as a freeman. and I'm not under a jurisdiction of compelled performance as a person under that jurisdiction. Well, I've got that time. That ends up that tape. Now I have a little free time that I won't have to hurry so fast. I got 50 minutes now that I can go at much more leisurely pace. I won't have to. And now, since the videotape is off and everything, I can have a little easier time because there's a lot of material to cover there. And in fact, if there's some question that anyone has to have made clear on that, I'm free at this moment to answer that question. Does anyone have any questions? Did I make the idea clear? Why it is that no court will admit that they're operating under an admiralty jurisdiction? You see, ever since 1938, all what is called law is not law. It's public policy in the interest of the nation's creditors. If that debt that Roosevelt contracted with the international bankers was a valid debt, we have no rights at law. And every judge takes silent judicial notice that all those people brought before him are bankrupts. They have lost their rights at law, and now they can be compelled to perform in the interest of the nation's creditors. And it's just the same as any other bankrupt. If you go bankrupt, you have no more rights. The courts now say, you owe this man, and this man so much money. Well, you earn so much money, you will give this man so much, you will give that man so much, you will give that man so much. And this court is deciding, equity means fairness, as the court sees fairness. And fairness says if you earn so much money, then you will give so much money each week to this man, and this man. Failure to do so will be in contempt of this court, and you will go to jail. So you see, you can get up and shout, well, I want my constitutional rights. The judge rightfully tell you, you have no rights in this court. You are under a contract. You entered into that contract voluntarily, knowingly, and intentionally, and I'm here to enforce the exact letter of that contract. And so that's the way bankruptcy is enforced. You agreed to pay, you didn't pay, you're in default, you're compelled to perform according to the public policy set by the court. Or, in this case, of a nation, when we're all citizens of a nation that's in bankrupt, then our nation is owned by the banks. And they tell our legislative bodies what public policy statutes to pass in their interest. You see, it's in their interest, for example. They say, well, these slaves are here to serve us. They owe us more than they've got. Now, dead men pay no taxes. And we don't want these men to die. We want them to work. And we've got to take taxes off. So these fools are driving around their automobile without buckling their seatbelts. And a lot of them are getting killed. We can't allow that. So tell the legislative bodies of America to pass public policy statutes in our interest requiring these fools to buckle their seatbelts. And if they don't do it, make them pay a $50 fine. So when you go into court, see, they will say you violated the laws of this country. Well, that isn't law. Law does not compel performance. It's public policy. You violated a public policy statute of this country. And that public policy statute is enforceable on the letter of the statute. And you have no rights at law at all. You are under a jurisdiction of compelled performance in the interest of the nation's creditors. Now that is what we've been going. That comes under IRS, that comes under EPA, OSHA, or any of the other, any administrative agency of government They're administrating this country in the interest of the country's creditors. The country is really owned by the creditors. Now they fool us and let us vote for presidents, and you vote for a Republican or you vote for a Democrat, but it doesn't matter which one you vote for, you get the same thing. He will enforce and do policy that the international banks want done. He is their puppet, and they don't care which puppets you want to choose. They'll let you choose puppet A or puppet B, and you think you have a choice, but in either case, you're going to be compelled to perform in the interest of the nation's creditors. This is what we face in the world today. Now, how do we get around it? You see, George Washington vision, in that vision, hope most of you have read it, it's very worthwhile. But he saw America in the final days with our Constitution dangling by a thread. The thread is that they don't want to admit what they've done yet. They don't have the strength yet to admit it and just cut that Constitution right off. So they pretend that we have it. And so, well, this de facto government is pretending to be a de jure government. We can use the little thread of de jure government that we still have to our advantage. And that thread comes in the area of the Sixth Amendment. That's why I worked out that procedure, because I know that they're not going to give away their secret. We've tested it before. They will not admit that their courts are admiralty courts. They have all the trimmings of admiralty courts. They have a gold fringe flag in their courts. It's an admiralty court, but they won't admit it. And the reason they won't admit it, and this proudly comes through the federal judiciary. Now, I was at a hotel once that usually I was able to go in and buy my breakfast. But this particular day, the hotel was surrounded by police, and they told me, "You're not allowed in there." And I said, "Well, why? What's going on here?" He says, "I always used to get my breakfast here when I was in town. What's happened?" They said, "Oh, you can get your breakfast here tomorrow. But today, the entire hotel has been taken over. It's a meeting of all federal judges are meeting here, and it's secret. The public is kept out." Well, what can federal judges decide in secret meetings among themselves in a ritzy hotel? Well, they must be deciding what they will take silent judicial notice of. Because, as I pointed out, the international bankers set up the international bar. The international bar set up the bar in every nation in the world. And the bar association, international bar set up the American bar, which set up the state bar in every state in the union. And it's the bar associations who license attorneys, and licensed attorneys become judges. So a judge is more concerned of pleasing his bar association than he is in pleasing carrying out his oath to support the Constitution. So he's going to do what's in his best interest to do. And he has been told that the bar associations who said to the people, "We're blending the procedures of the law with the procedures of equity," that what they really meant was that the people are bankrupts. Now you take silent judicial notice that these people that are coming before you are a bankrupt people. They have no rights. Now, if you want to give constitutional rights to a few criminals to pretend that the Constitution exists, that's all right. You can give them 12-man juries. You can give all the appearance of a common law court if you want to do it. But you're no longer a judge sworn to uphold the Constitution of the United States. You're a judge in equity. A judge in equity is a chancellor. A chancellor is a state-created God, capable of determining good or evil, truth or falsehood, right or wrong. He has police powers to back up any judgment he makes and judicial immunity against any proven error judgment. And so, to please the bankers, he stays within certain forms, but he has a lot of leeway. Now, one of the forms is they tell you, well, if you've got a real out-and-out criminal, a rapist, a murderer, a bank robber, give them all his constitutional rights. This fools the people into thinking that they still have their constitution. And then turn them loose on the basis of their constitutional rights. And then people they'll be angry with their own constitution because these criminals are getting off scot-free on the basis of the technicality of the Constitution. Then we get an excuse to say the Constitution is outmoded, out of date, and you turn the people against their own Constitution. But you will take silent judicial notice that you're a chancellor, and you can choose who you give constitutional rights to and who you deny them to. And so you give the appearance of a common law court, but it's not a common law court, it's an admiralty court that you're ruling in. And so in an admiralty court, even civil cases have criminal penalty. So that is why, see, in admiralty and equity are the difference between the two. Equity is American law. It's contracts under American law. But admiralty is contracts under international law. So they're both, the enforcement of contract is a civil action, but admiralty is a civil action with criminal penalty. And so that is where the criminal, that's why a failure to button your seatbelt can be called a criminal action. You see, now this is the thing that destroys those who say you don't need to button, you shouldn't buy your license plates for your car, you shouldn't get a driver's license, so on. They are assuming that these licenses are under a state contract between you and the state, but that's not what the situation is. You may have a state contract between you and the state, but that would be enforceable as a civil action. And the state, if they try to enforce a contract between the state as a corporate body and you as a citizen, if they try to enforce that, the state could not use its own corporate court to judge its own cause because they're a party to the action. And that would be a prejudiced court. And you could have that moved into a federal court. So that is why the state, for any offense, doesn't use the contract that they might set up. As I pointed out, when you give up your right to drive, accept the privilege to drive, that's a consideration. And then you show your agreement when you apply for the driver's license. And then they could say, well, now you have an obligation now to obey the motor vehicle code to the letter. It's a contract here between you and the state, and we're enforcing that contract. But that would be a civil action, not a criminal action. And the state could not hear its own cause, because now the state is not speaking in the name of the people of a state, which would be a criminal action under the common law. They're speaking in the name of the state as a corporate body. And so you have a corporate body against an individual on a contract between the corporate body and the individual, and the corporate body cannot use its own corporate courts to judge that.
You guys understand what he's saying? It's very important.
That would be a prejudiced court. And so you could
I'm just eating some pizza real quick.
Of their jurisdiction. And so the states don't want you to do that. That's why they make that. Any traffic violations, even parking overtime, you're a criminal. But not a common law. Now, if it's a common law jurisdiction that they're holding of you, well, say, thank you, Your Honor. Let the record of this court show that this court has declared that this particular action against your name is a criminal action under a common law jurisdiction. Now, once you got that set in the record, you've got all your rights under the Constitution, the Magna Carta, and everything else. And you can say, well, I vote the case to be dismissed because there's no cause of action for a common law jurisdiction to exist. Where is the injured party? And And if they can't produce the corpus delicti, there's no jurisdiction. There's no cause of action for common law. So they're out. So that's why they won't say it's a common law jurisdiction. But how else can they get a criminal action out of it? They have to go, they can't use that state jurisdiction, that state contract, that's a civil action. They've got to go into an international contract. And when they go into the international contract, then it's a condition of international contract under the criminal aspects of an admiralty jurisdiction. Once they admit that, now all you got to do is the one defense under admiralty is the contract is not valid. You deny the validity of the contract. And when you deny the validity of the contract, then you can offer proof of why that contract is invalid. So you give the law that contract was made of. That's the international law of nations. Find out what constitutes a valid contract under that law and what constitutes an invalid contract under that law. And we find that when Roosevelt borrowed the money, credit, he didn't borrow money from the international bankers, that was an invalid contract. Now why? I guess I didn't explain this, so now I'll explain it. I was in such a hurry to get done on the tape that I didn't explain it properly. Why is that the invalid contract? Well, let's see what the international bankers gave us. When Roosevelt went to them and he says, I need $120 billion to meet this year's deficit. I collected $120 billion less in taxes than I've spent. And so to make the books balance, I need $120 billion in bank credit. And so the international bankers say, okay, you've got it. And so he gives them an interest-bearing contract. And in that interest-bearing contract, he agrees to pay in gold substance for this bank credit that he received. So they gave nothing, but if America survives as a nation, they're going to get gold substance. But do they care whether America survives as a nation? They don't care whether it survives or it falls, because if they don't get gold substance, they get real estate substance. They own the country. That's what's happened. They didn't really worry when Roosevelt couldn't give them the gold coin, because now they own the country, and they own all the productive capacity of the country, and they get taxes as they please. But was that a valid contract that Roosevelt made with them? Did they have an interest in the survival of the country? No. It's a no-interest contract, and no-interest contracts are void by international law. And so that is the reason. You see why they can't admit it's an admiralty jurisdiction. And so why bother to go to all the trouble of getting rid of your Social Security and all of that stuff? I've got Social Security I'm collecting. But I know they're not going to admit that they're operating under an admiralty jurisdiction. So if I know they're not, all I want to do, suppose I got them to explain it. Suppose they explained it this way. They said, well, yes, Mr. Freeman is under an admiralty jurisdiction. He's collecting Social Security. That, in addition to the fact that the nation is a bankrupt nation, that puts him under admiralty. Well, how did Social Security get under admiralty? Well, it gets under admiralty on this basis. You see, if I'm a bankrupt, and there's a man over here that I owe more money than I have, but I agreed to send somebody else's child to college. Well, this man says, how come he's agreeing to send this man's son to college when he owes me more than he's got? He's not going to make that contract without money being a party to that contract. And that's exactly what they said. You see, the way Social Security becomes under an international jurisdiction is it's not a contract between the United States government and its citizens. It seems to be a contract, but if the United States government is a bankrupt government, then the creditors have an interest in that Social Security contract. And so that is how, so that this fellow would say, that's how Mr. Freeman got under an admiralty jurisdiction through the Social Security. But if the contract which Roosevelt made and got the country into debt is an invalid contract, what court has jurisdiction to enforce an invalid contract? And so you see that any argument they want to make to show that you're under an admiralty jurisdiction is going to underpin the bankers. That's why they have to have the judges' meetings so that they can take silent judicial notice of something that's never told to the public. And the public is deliberately kept in ignorance of this fact. Only the higher judges know this. But the Bar Association probably at the top level of it because they're getting their instructions from the bankers. But this is the way the system operates, and we can take advantage of it because it's fraudulent. They know it's fraudulent, and they have to keep the secret covered. So as long as they have to keep the secret covered, well, I'll flaunt my Social Security. You know, so, well, yeah, I collect Social Security and make them prove that I'm under the admiralty jurisdiction on the basis of my Social Security. They're not going to do it. But if they do it, the whole banking scam will come right down on its head. America doesn't owe any debt. And our debts, maybe this year of Jubilee, 70th Jubilee since the founding of Solomon's Temple, somebody will get this into court. All I would need to do is to get a state court to declare that they're operating under an admiralty jurisdiction because of the nation's debt or because of my Social Security. And once they admit how they got that admiralty jurisdiction, then I would get into that court record the basis of that admiralty jurisdiction. And the court record becomes public, and I could advertise it to the sky. Do you know what happened to you, people? And once the people know what happened and that the contract that Roosevelt made with the Sears is a fraud, well, the whole scam would be down the drain. So that is why this secrecy has to be allowed going around our court system. Well, now I want to go into another phase of things. If I've made myself clear, is there any questions that I didn't make myself clear?
Is there any questions about the stuff he said the last half hour? Anybody got any questions about what he was talking about? I know it's very complex, and he did say it in a very extended way. Well, that's the thing. He's talking about a way to argue that is undefeatable. If you know how to speak the language. I think I'm gonna go outside and smoke a cigarette. I'm still gonna be listening, but on my phone instead of the. I'll be right back though.
Okay, now you know why it's not necessary to get rid of your Social Security number. It's not necessary to get rid of license plates on your car, driver's license, or any of these things. Because if you know how to ask the questions, you can force that court through the Sixth Amendment. There's our little string that the Constitution dangles by. Force them by that Sixth Amendment to give you the nature and the cause of this action against you. Or else they're operating under a secret jurisdiction known only to licensed attorneys and judges. And they can't, that in the record would look terrible. And so they don't dare do that. And so they're going to dismiss the case before it ever gets that far. Now, I want to show you how not to do certain things. This man here approached me. I've had several people approach me with various problems. And one man approached me, and he has a problem like this. His problem is that he's sending his children to a private...
Well, so when I was arguing for custody of my kid, I asked the judge what the jurisdiction was. He said, quote, child court jurisdiction. And then I said, let the record show that Your Honor said child court jurisdiction. I asked him, Your Honor, can you please state on the record where I can find the public rules and procedures of this child court jurisdiction for custody? And he said, on the record, there are none. And I said, let the record show that there are no public rules and procedures. And then before I asked him these questions, I said, Your Honor, do I have a right to the Sixth Amendment uh, to as my own attorney? And he said yes. And I said, let the record show. Your Honor said yes. And then so after I asked those questions, I brought it back up, and I said, well, Your Honor, how am I supposed to litigate my case if I can't see the rules and procedure of the jurisdiction that you say we're in? Being that I have the right to be my own attorney and all. And he said, get an attorney. I said, Your Honor, I have a right to be my own attorney. If you can't show me the rules and procedures of this court, and if there are no public rules and procedures that I can get my hands on, then how the fuck am I supposed to fucking argue my stupid fucking case? How the fuck am I supposed to win custody if I can't see the rules and procedures? And that fucking idiot fucking people are just garbage.
School, but he has to pay public school taxes. And he feels that the government should make him pay taxes for a service that he's not using. And so he has refused to pay for the service. And the court has come right now and says the law requires you to pay taxes. And he has been ordered into court, and he is told that the law requires these taxes to be paid. And this is the way not to answer a situation like that. He said, I'll just give you a little idea. I will, however, assert, admit, and yes, even shout from the rooftops, that I am a Christian in the service of the great I am, that first and original lawgiver with the ultimate authority of this man, and certainly all matters related to his creation. I do not consider my Christian beliefs to be watered down extract of Judeo-Christian ethic, and goes on, telling what his Christian beliefs are and all that. That is garbage. Now, not what he says is garbage. I agree with the fact that he is knows his identity, that he's a Christian and all that. But that is not the way you do things. And that is what I call a Christian patriot. Now, he wants to save some money. And so now he uses Christianity as a prop to save some money. And he tries to justify it, but it's such a cluttered mess that he'll never get anywhere. Now, suppose you were faced with this. How do you work on such a situation? Well, here's the way you work. There's overall principles that all governments have to operate on. I don't care whether it's even a communist government has to operate on. These are so universal. It's a universal principle that applies. You see, it's a universal principle, whether you're a communist or you're a non-communist, that if you don't breathe and get oxygen in your lungs, you're going to die. But you get an overall principle that's going to cover this situation. Any country has got to recognize, well, this is a sound principle, or work from that overall principle. Now, the overall principle that we're dealing with in this situation is the principle of what constitutes a valid contract. And now you see, a valid contract by law of nations, by American law, by any law, a valid contract must be entered into voluntarily, knowingly, and intentionally by both parties. Because you cannot have contracts that are not agreed upon by the people. Now, to see that clearly, think of this man over here as being a carpenter, and I want a new roof on my house, and I decide what I want to pay for having that roof on my house. So I write up a contract, and I say, for this amount of money, I want him to put a new roof on my house, according to my own specifications. And he looks at it, and he says, I'm not going to do it. So I bring him into court. And I'm going to compel him to perform according to this contract that I wrote up. Here's the consideration. I gave him that consideration. Now you're going to be compelled to put a new roof on my house. Well, it's not a valid contract because he didn't agree to do it for that amount. You see, what I'm saying is that I can set my amount over here, and I can write this contract up, and I can compel performance over here. You see why the principles of what constitutes a valid contract for even Russia wouldn't allow such a thing. Because I say a ridiculously small sum here. Say, there's the consideration, now you got the obligation. Now you need that third part of the contract, agreement. If you could set up two parts of a contract and enforce it, well, you see, that wouldn't be any contract at all. And every nation has to honor such a contract. There has to be three parts to it. Okay, now what is in this particular man's situation occurring? Well, they will say that you moved into our territory. You're in our county. Now, when you're in our county, we have a right to set up any rules we want. And we say that we're going to give you certain services and that you're going to pay for the cost of those services. And you're free to move in our county or not. Well, that is not the way our Constitution allows it. We have a right to move around. Now, if the county that you live in wants to set up a contract situation with its people, well, they can do so. But they still must render a service that is agreeable with the people. Now, they will say, well, if 51% of the people vote that we will provide the public education, then 100% of the people must pay for it. And that would be now see, always when you study a situation, you want to see the opponent's point of view. This is the view that they're going to take. They're going to say, well, this is our county. You moved into this county, now you abide by the rules of this county. And that may sound quite reasonable. And so then you moved in there, and temporarily you agreed and you went through it. But you see, the question is, does any corporate entity, a county is a corporate entity, have the right to set its own terms in a contract? Now, you see, suppose all the counties of the United States set their terms of a contract in such a way that they could, for very little consideration, have tremendous obligation on the part of the people. Well, that would not be justice. You see, a just contract must be voluntarily entered into by both parties. Now, what the county is doing is providing a very inferior quality of education and charging an exorbitant price for it. And they say, you will accept our school system and you'll pay for it. Now, if you want a better education, go buy it somewhere else. Well, now you see, what you have to do is take the specifics of the situation and set it in an overall general principle. Now, the overall general principle involved is, would any corporate body in any nation in the world have a right to set its own terms of a contract. And well, they would say, "Oh, but we didn't do that." You see, we're setting the terms, but we set it by people who are voted, and if 51% of the people vote to accept this thing, fine. Well, they keep the 51% of the people fooled most of the time. But the United States Constitution is not a democracy. That is, we are a republic, and our republic looks after the least important person in the country. You know, one of the things I love is when I have these liberal Jews talk and say, "We're democracy. We're for democracy." I say, "Gee, it's strange that you're for democracy, because in a democracy, if 51% of people voted to exterminate all Jews, you'd be exterminated. I thought you didn't like Hitler. That was the kind of thing that he was promoting." Now you see, a republic protects you against that. And so you see, you just take their own thing and exaggerate it a little bit, and they see the fallacy of it. This America's a democracy. And then no Jew will be hollering for democracy once he realizes that 51% of people could vote him out of existence. Because that is 51% of the people determine the supreme law of the land. And so you see, a republic protects each individual citizen against injustice. And that is what our federal constitution is. So now you're going to take this out of that county's hands, because the county is a corporate body, and they have a county corporate court to judge their contracts. And so what this man needs to do is to say, well, I believe that justice requires that this dispute be brought out of the county level and into the federal level. I want a neutral court to decide whether my rights are being violated by the contract which this corporate body is compelling upon me. Now, there may be many people who like that corporate contract, but the Constitution of the United States is to protect the individual person in all of his rights. And so, as an individual, I bring my case into a federal jurisdiction. And you see what happened in the Amish case. The Amish aren't bothered by the local community. They're not paying taxes, and they're allowed to educate their own children. You see, they got it out of the county level. They got it into the federal level. And you see, you start with your overall principle. What would it be like if any corporate body or any individual could make a contract and compel performance on the contract without having agreement? You see, that nobody could stand. See, that's you could destroy even Russia with such overall principle. So even the communists acknowledge contracts, the validity contract, and contract has to have three parts. There has to be a consideration.
That's because the communists made the contract, the UN Charter. Well, there's a lot more to it than that, but
There has to be agreement. There has to be an obligation. And you see what the county is doing in the case of these school systems. They are saying that this is law, that you are required. Oh yeah, I see my time is gone again. Thank you very much. Well, I'm using up my time, but this isn't on the videotape, so I can quit anytime. You see, what was bad about the videotape was that a videotape speaker quits in the middle of it. How can you sell it to somebody? It just gets the most interesting part of the thing, and it's cut off like that. But what good is that videotape? So I had to get that other 10 minutes on there so that the videotape would be saleable. It completed the thing. I had to go too fast to give the proper information. And that's one of the reasons, the reason I go out and speak. I don't want to
Does everybody understand what he's saying and stuff?
give just enough information to get somebody into trouble. And that's why it's so hard to give a big subject into a small space. And
what he's saying is that what he's talking about at the beginning with the whatever crime he's talking about, traffic ticket, whatever. He's talking about that they're, well, first of all, that they can't be the people disputing the issue in the courts because it's something that they're enforcing. Well, that's complicated, but so the that example I gave you about the custody court, if they are saying it's a certain jurisdiction and that there are no public rules of the jurisdiction they're talking about, then that's called fraud. They're operating under fraud. And if they admit it on the record, then you could sue them for a bunch of money or the whole fucking system crashes. So typically anybody that is smart enough to talk about law in the courts and gets them to admit anything, they'll make sure the evidence is gone. They'll make sure the videotapes just disappear of the court.
should do. I've learned my lesson this time. I won't do that again. I'll just narrow my subject down to a small aspect of it, but I'll do a good job on what I do so that that part of it people will see clearly. But if you try to cover too much, it's
all about which way it gets argued. if you don't secure it, where at the beginning he says, he's asking if the judge, if it's statutory law, and that the judge says yes, and then he says, let the record show that your honor says that this jurisdiction, or whatever jurisdiction it is, and then this isn't a. I mean, you're gonna have to rewatch it again because it's too much to explain.
Temptation to tell a whole lot and help them in many areas. But when you do that, you can't do it clearly enough that they understand it enough, and they go out half-cocked. Now, one of the things that happens, one fellow came up and he went into court well, he says, I couldn't remember all you said, but I remember some of what you said. And so he says, I asked the court, is this a case against me under common law or admiralty law? Well, you see, admiralty is not law. That's where a fellow can make a fool of himself in court. Admiralty is a jurisdiction. The law that's being tried under an admiralty jurisdiction is the law merchant or the law of nations. Admiralty is the jurisdiction under which that's being tried, or maritime. Admiralty, they're both jurisdictions. The law is the law of nations, the law merchant. But you see, the fellow, he hears something, and if you don't have time enough to go in and explain these things, the first thing you know, he goes off, he thinks he's got a lot of information, and he can wind up losing everything, wind up in jail or something. So that is why I really, I get over my time every time if I don't watch myself, because it's so easy to extend it to more areas. And if you're dealing with people who are very well schooled with law, well, you can cover ground fast. But when you are going with people who are really in the beginning stages, you've got to go step by step. And even now, what I've been able to do here is not building quite the background that I should. I haven't explained how the origin of admiralty. How is it that admiralty, which is a civil act, that's civil enforcement of contracts, how did it get criminal penalty? See, now that's background material you need to know. I can tell you that there is criminal aspects of enforcement of contract violations in that jurisdiction. There is no criminal aspects in enforcement of contracts under an American equity jurisdiction. Now, I think maybe in the time I'll explain that in a little detail. See, that I keep thinking of, well, this should be explained, that. All these little things that you need the background on to build. But I just like every patriot to know some of these things, because if you do a little digging on your own, you'll come up to all of the information you need. That's the way I did it. I had to dig it all out, and so I'll help others. Did you have a question? Oh, three parts of the contract. Yeah, there always has to be a consideration. That is the money you pay. Now, here's the roofer over here. I have to give him some money. If I didn't give him any money, I couldn't, there wouldn't be any contract. I couldn't just say, well, you're in the roofing business, put a roof on my house. You see, you have to have a three parts. The first part, I've got to pay in consideration. The second part, I always think of it like a scale. I always go down with a hand that way. That's the scale. And the fulcrum there is the agreement. And when he agrees to put my roof on for that price, now he has the obligation to put the roof on, and he has the obligation to follow every letter of that contract to the dot. And he has no rights. I guess I gave that example yesterday where he couldn't do it in time, so he put paper shingles on instead of wood shingles. And then he gets into court and he says, well, I couldn't get the wood shingles. And he wanted it done in 3 weeks. And these cost me just as much money. And what's he grouching about? But the judge looks at it and he says, but the contract calls for wood shingles. You will tear those paper shingles off and put wood shingles on. But he says, I can't use those paper shingles on there. And they can ruin them. And if they come off, and throw them in the garbage. And it would bankrupt me to put the wood shingles on. The judge says, you will take those paper shingles off and you will put the wood shingles on. See how cold-blooded the contract enforcement is? It's enforced on the letter of the contract. And see, that's what they're doing in all of what they call law. It's not law at all. It's public policy. It's contract obligations that are enforcing it on the letter. And if he comes up and says, we're going to have any constitutional rights, the judge bangs his gavel, you will not mention the Constitution in this court. See, the Constitution gave you unlimited power to contract. He made a contract, or I made a contract with him. And now there is, you're within the Constitution, you're under contract. But you see, this is the thing, that they are using our Constitution, the part that allows us to make contract, but they are sneaking these contracts onto us that we don't know about. They call it implied contracts.
It's Howard Freeman, Admiralty Jurisdiction. That's the dude who's talking in the name of the video. Admiralty something.
All this kind of adhesion contracts, they've got all kinds of names, but there has to be a contract. And every contract to be valid must be entered into, there must be a consideration, agreement, and obligation. Or you enter it knowingly, voluntarily, and intentionally. See, this knowingly, voluntarily, and intentionally. I think that was the 3 words you wanted, whether consideration, agreement, and obligation. But those are the characteristics, and it doesn't matter if you're dealing with an American contract. Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess I'd like to. Well, we've got 5 minutes is to 5, and at 5:15 is the.
Do it at 5.
Well, 5:15 is the absolute cutoff.
Do it at 5.
Huh?
Do it at 5.
Do it till
Turn it off at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. They'll turn it off. Right, sure. We got 3 minutes. Is there any question? Yes.
Tell her about the tape from David.
Additional information besides the text.
What'd you say?
Is there any additional information besides the tapes?
Oh, yes. I have tapes. I was over at Ben Gavins in early May, and he's got 6 hours on tape.
Oh.
And so, any of you want to get more tapes? See, there I went into how sheep can survive in wolf country, and I had split it in 3 ways. One way, dealing with sorceries, how to understand sorcery and how it works. And you'll understand your Christianity 10 times better when you understand that. Then I took it under the realm of economics. Now, no man has a right to destroy unless he can build. No man has a right to be against taxes unless he can show how to finance government at every level with nothing that fits the definition of a tax. And that's on tape that Dan's got. 2 hours. I'll show you how to finance government at every level. Under the perfect law of liberty, James 1:25, whosoever looks into the perfect, not good, perfect law of liberty, and continues therein, being not a forgetful hearer, but a doer of the word, will be blessed in the doing. It's a perfect law of liberty. You can finance government at every level without anything that fits the definition of a tax. What is the definition of a tax? A compulsory levy upon production for the support of government. Did God ever condemn production? No. God tells us to go out and produce. If we don't produce, we shouldn't eat. And yet men make laws, which they call taxes, making a crime of producing. Is there a perfect law of liberty if men have to make crimes of producing in order to support government? No. There's a way of financing government without anything that fits the definition of a crime. That is on another 90-minute cassette. And then there's a 90-minute cassette on this law aspect of things that I've mentioned today. And the time is up. So, but if you want the address of Dan Hagan, let's see, I have it right here. And I can give you, at $3 a tape, $9, you get all 3 tapes for a while. Okay.
Okay, I think it's
Still on the road. But, well, I do have his address. I had a flyer.
Yeah, so that whole thing's a long story. You probably want to listen to that video like 10 times. I had to give the cat some pizza. So yeah, we're going to go into this other video.
And somehow or other,
What was the date on that? 1986?
As a young whippersnapper, no
back, and I said, send me all of the material you got on that line. And so I went from a hard-shell Baptist to an identity man just overnight.
Okay,
But of course,
fast forward.
identity is does. Well, really, what I do, I'm just one of the little sheep, and I try to help the other sheep survive in this period of time. You know, Christ, he told us we were sheep and we're going in wolf country, but he didn't say that I'm sending you out there to get eaten by the wolves. He says he wanted us to survive in wolf country. He expected us to survive in wolf country. Well, now, if we just stop and think, how does a real sheep survive when he's in wolf country? Because we do have sheep living in wolf country all the time. Which sheep is the safest in wolf country? Well, the sheep that is closest to the shepherd, because the shepherd has the gun. And when the wolf comes by, the shepherd sees the wolf and he finishes him off, and the sheep that's right close by, he's well protected. Well, Christ said, I am the good shepherd. And so that means we ought to stay fairly close to Christ. He also said, I am the truth. And he made it equivalent. I am the truth. So truth is Christ. You can reverse it. And so we must stay close to the truth. And then he said, you shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. So the real thing that we need is to know the truth, And that truth, properly presented from a sheep's point of view in wolf country, will set us free from the wolves. And this is what I try to teach my fellow citizens, how we can use truth right in this wolf country and still be secure right with the wolves all around us. But the one thing we've got to remember, and this is the thing that is hardest for patriots to remember, once they get the truth, they forget their sheep and they think they're wolves. And they get out there. Now, sheep do not attack wolves. What we must do is when the wolves try to attack us, we just surround them with the truth. And so they can't get through that barrier of truth without exposing themselves as wolves. And it is that little bit of truth that I like to speak to. I just want to show one example. I guess you all know Irwin Schiff. He was a fearless fellow. He was dead right. His book, How to Legally Avoid Paying Income Tax, should have been How to Lawfully Avoid Paying Income Taxes, or it's How Anyone Can Avoid Paying Income Taxes. That's what he had. And he's sold them all over. He really was making money right and left out of that. And he wrote several others, How to Get Out of Social Security. And everything he said is true. There's nothing, he had the truth, but he went out as a wolf, and he got to attacking the wolves directly. And now I just want to show what happened. This is by a fellow patriot, Andrew Melichinsky. This paper I have is Jurisdiction Journal. It's the latest issue. But this, just as it broke Andrew Melichinsky's heart, it broke my heart when I read it. But I'll just read right here. At the unlawfully delayed sentencing of Irwin Schiff, I watched and listened with a heavy heart while Irwin Schiff told the judge that though he was appealing the verdict, he was retiring from the battlefield, and he would start filing income tax returns. He said he was closing down his publishing business, and as a part of separating himself totally from the tax protest movement. Now, there is a fellow who had truth, but he forgot he was a sheep and he thought he was a wolf. And there's been many like that, and they've been burned very badly. And I feel sad about that, and we should all. But what I am trying to teach people, and I do it at everything, I want them to know the truth. Now, there was a fellow down at Pastor Peter's church just about a month ago. He didn't have much schooling in law, but he got a traffic ticket. He'd never been in court, and well, it was a picnic, and I says, well, if I tell you the first time, you're going to forget it. But get a tape recorder, we'll go off away from the rest of the crowd, and I'll tell you what you ought to do. So he got the tape recorder, and we went off from the crowd, and I talked into the tape recorder real fast, and when I got through, he was bewildered. He just couldn't absorb that much so quick. But I said, now go back and listen to that tape recorder, play it, replay it, until that message becomes a part of you, till you know it with a conviction that you're right. And, well, he did. Is he here today? The fellow, Mike is first name. I can't think of his last name. Oh, well, he isn't in. Oh, he was here. Well, anyway, he went into court, never had any experience, and they dropped the charges against him. So it's the way this
He's not
can
giving
be
legal
done.
advice.
If you do it right. Now
Neither am I.
one thing we have to know, there are two forms of government in this country. How many of you know the difference between de jure and de facto? Well, it's very important. Most of you don't. That's a very important thing to know.
How many of y'all know the difference between de jure and de facto? Does anyone want to try to answer? Also, hit the motherfucking like button. Woo woo. And we gotta answer de jure and de facto, even if it's just a guess. Anyone want to take a guess? You could just say yes or no too. It's still a guess. Alright, I guess nobody wants to. I don't think the delay is that long, is it? Come on. Alright. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Alright, well, I guess that counts.
De jure government is lawful government. De facto government is legal government, or usurp power. And we have two. Now, within de jure government, we have conservatives and liberals. And within de facto government, we have conservatives and liberals. Now,
does everybody understand what he just said? That's a very complex subject because there's all sorts of people that call themselves conservative and liberals. So you could be. So what he's going to explain is that you could be conservative towards a de facto government or liberal against a de facto government, or you could be conservative towards a de jure government, and you would be, or you could be liberal against a de jure government. Do you understand? So a liberal against de jure government would be a conservative towards de facto government. Welcome to the Hegelian dialect. Are we learning? Who's impressed? What's yeah, de jure is the Constitution and all the lawful Constitution. Not really. You don't get it. Jesus Christ! I just laid it out thick. Fucking So a liberal against a de facto government would be a conservative towards a de jure government. You understand? So, in other words, a constitutionalist or something, somebody that likes the Constitution, who hopes that the Constitution Party would someday rise to the one that Cooper and Aaron Russo built, but so hopes that the Constitution Party would actually make it in some kind of ballots. But so a conservative towards the Constitution Party or a conservative towards de jure government would be somebody who's pro-Constitution Party. A conservative in a de facto government would be somebody who's communist, socialist, fascist, or democratic. Do you understand? I forgot there's a delay. There's like a 10-second delay or something. Still don't understand. De facto is everything that's unconstitutional. The UN is de facto. The UN created a fucking treaty which fucking tramples over previous clauses in the contract, such as Congress has the power to wage war, and that it gave the UN the power to wage war via Article 43 of the United Nations Charter, which is protected by our own supremacy clause because there's idiots that run the game. Well, de facto is everything that we see. We don't have a desert government because we don't have gold and silver. We don't have people that are fucking following the words of the Constitution, and that they're following all sorts of laws that go far beyond the limitations of the boundaries of the constitutional law and what it says that they can do. Because the Constitution is very simple and plain. It says what they can do, and that's it. It doesn't list the stuff that they can't do because they can only do what they can do. Except they've created a loophole, an infinite combo, if you will. They've created a loophole to where they can legislate law that's enforceable in the United States that is being legislated through the UN Charter and all sorts of stuff. And fucking, they don't need no permission from Congress. They don't need permission from anyone. And most of the people that are put into the UN, they're all appointed. There's no voting. They may vote for wars, but they don't vote to put those people in there. They all just put them in there. But it's the most democratic thing on the planet. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Everybody's fucking lost their minds. Okay, so I'm gonna push play. Unless you want me to elaborate on anything I just said. I mean, this is Constitution 101. All the old computer nerds that sat and studied all the old scholars, such as this man on the screen, or you know what I mean. That there's very few people that really study the Constitution, that really study the fucking laws and shit. Very few, and I can't even have a conversation about it because I don't know too many people that is even versed enough in it. I mean, maybe Ralph Epperson if he got his mic fucking hooked up right and it wasn't echoing like fucking crazy. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anybody. I mean, maybe. If Cooper was alive, that'd be nice. If I could get a hold of Dennis Cuddy, that'd be nice. If fucking Doyle Shamley would come on the show, that son of a bitch. He's never responded to me once. He fucking the only time he's ever contacted me was 10 years ago. He commented on my YouTube and he said, "You need to take this shit down. You can't." Actually, I think it was like 13 years ago. He said, "You can't re-upload Cooper's shit." And it's like, well, it's not monetized and fucking plus Cooper gives verbal consent that you can replay his broadcast as long as you don't edit them. That's why I don't edit the fucking stupid music out and shit. And all the stupid the ads and well, he only really has one advertisement. Most of his advertising career in radio, which was Swiss America Bank, which technically, if you want some silver coins, you better go there, Swiss America, and you better mention William Cooper's name so you get the discount, and you better be real nice to the dude because the nicer you are, the more of a discount he's going to give you. And that when you buy from Swiss America, it's different than buying from anywhere else because Swiss America knows the law, and that when they're selling you something, it's reportable. You don't have to report anything you buy, and that you don't have that you can save it, and nobody has to know. That's why Swiss America Bank is the best bank to get silver or gold, because you want to get real old silver coins or gold coins, because you know they're going to be pure, and they may be looking ugly and shit, but that's the best deal you're going to get. Plus, they have a full 100% return policy. If you buy gold or silver there and you don't like it a year later, then fucking they'll give you all your money back, everything that you paid in full, the exact amount you paid, no matter if silvers went up or down. Uh, because basically it's only gonna go up, you know. Not that it even matters. I mean, well, it'd be cool to have a bunch. I used to have a bunch of silver coins, but I sold them all for. Well, I didn't sell them. I just straight up traded them for weed. I smoked a bunch of weed. Yeah, the let's see, yeah, silver. The old coins. They're I think they're like 5% copper, 2% copper, I think. But the old coins are definitely because if you bought some big silver block or something, it'd be cool if you were gonna melt it down and make a dagger or something with it, some kind of sword or some kind of Rambo knife replica. No. So it's some kind of werewolf, or wait, is that vampires or werewolves? Yeah, werewolf, some kind of dagger. I'm just joking. There's no such thing as werewolves. The Yeah, so I mean, if the economy collapsed, everything collapsed, all the banks just shut down. Just imagine that everything that is in your bank is on a number on a screen, and that if everything just went whoop, and that you could no longer access money that was in your bank, and then you'd have nothing to show for it. See, I mean, if I had money right now, I would literally probably spend it all just on gold and silver. I mean, that's what I would do. And then just fuck it. Who gives a fuck? Because it's only going up. We've all seen it. Gold's only going up. And you'd want to buy gold over silver. Uh, but I mean, like, uh, it's only going up more and more. I mean, if somebody's out there and they have a whole shit ton of money in their bank, they should probably just go buy a bunch of gold and fucking buy a piece of land with a loading up title if they can, and fucking put it in a safe and fucking bury it. Or fucking something, You make sure that nobody knows where it is. Make sure that, you know, yeah, I mean, like, one of my friends bought a bag of silver. This is a big ass bag of silver from there. I think he spent like $10,000 on it or something crazy. Uh, yeah, and he still got all that silver. I'm pretty sure, but I mean that silver definitely went up because he got it when it was like $10 an ounce, and it was like, man, fucking you got hooked up. That silver was, he gave me one of the coins for recommending the Swiss America place. I still got the coin. Uh, I guess we're gonna push play here.
Now, there's a judge in Wyoming. He's a federal judge, Judge Clarence Bremer. He is a judge and a conservative in a de facto government. And, well, I've had a few experiences with him in the past, but this time there was a fellow having trouble in the court with the Internal Revenue Service, so I wrote a brief for him. Well, he got into court, and I was way in the very back of the courtroom because I knew they wouldn't let me sit up next to him. But anyway, he was reading a little bit out of his brief, and Judge Bremer was there, and Judge Bremer looked down. He says, "Did you write that brief yourself?" And he says, I told him, "Now, don't tell anybody I wrote this because they'd love to get me for practicing law without a license." So
It's Howard Freeman. His arguments about the law are much more advanced than anybody else's I've ever heard talk. All those UCC people, and anybody else that talks about admiralty law besides Howard Freeman, William Cooper, or Dennis Cuddy doesn't know what they're talking about, because I've studied that stuff for years, and that typically anybody that says that they're a sovereign is full of shit, full of 99% dog shit.
he says, "Yes, yeah, I wrote it." And Judge Bremer looked very severely at him, and he says, "It sounds an awful lot like the style of Howard Freeman." But he says, "Do you know Howard Freeman?" He says, "Yes." He says, "Well, I just want to warn you a little bit about that fellow. He's probably one of the most dangerous men in the state of Wyoming. What makes him so dangerous is he looks so conservative, but he's such a radical. He's probably one of the worst radicals we have in this state, but he looks like such a conservative." Well, the thing is,
well, you're going to want to consult the William Cooper upload that I uploaded called Sovereign Court Case or some shit, Sovereign Court Cases. That episode, Cooper goes over, he reads the court cases, which specifically talk about the concept of sovereignty applied to a citizen of a state jurisdiction, and that everybody else is talking about it. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't understand how the whole thing works. They don't quote the law right. They don't quote the Constitution right. Keep in mind, this is also not law advice. This is not legal advice. No way whatsoever.
from a de facto government, I'm a radical. From a de jure government, I'm a conservative. Now, from a de jure government, he's a liberal or a radical, and from a de facto government, he's a conservative. So you see, this is where some of this...
Do you guys understand what he's saying? He just gave an example of what I was talking about earlier. So if you were a conservative towards de facto government, you would probably be a communist or whatever, when we're talking about constitutional terms here. But if you're a conservative towards a constitutional republic, then you'd most likely be a constitutionalist. And so, but if you were liberal against a de facto government, you would most likely be a constitutionalist. But if you were liberal against a de jure government, you'd most likely be a communist. Do you see the play on words? A liberal against a de facto government is a conservative towards a de jure government, and that a conservative towards a de facto government is a liberal against de jure government. You see what I'm saying? Where's the German lady at when you need her? She catches on to this shit pretty quick sometimes. I'm just, it's complicated. I'm just gonna go back to this. You guys understand, I'm sure.
These name calling and things comes about. And now the one thing to really understand, the situation, you've got to understand what our government originally was and where we are now.
consider compelling performance of uh, the law, basically, like the court cases, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, Supreme Court cases thereof. Having the courts recognize that the courts have ruled so much stuff to protect the citizens' rights of citizens that because typically it's trampling over people's rights, doesn't even know it, and that the that's basically what well, okay.
Originally, well, I'll go back before our government. For all history, 6,000 years of history, man of one kind or another was sovereign. You had a king who was sovereign. You had an emperor who was sovereign. You had a pope who was sovereign. You had what we have today is legislatures which are sovereign.
Also, to prove that the founding fathers wanted every person to have, well, basically that they wanted every person in the United States to have all the rights of the King of England. That's what America was all about. Sum it up into one sentence. That's what it's all about. That's the name of the tune, and that's the whole shebang, is that everyone in America has all the rights of the King of England. And if they don't want to give them to us, then we're slaves. I mean, that's.
But in every case, you have men who are sovereign. And what I mean by sovereign, if a sovereign says jump, you better jump or off comes your head. And so that when you've got that power, you're sovereign. And that continued throughout history until, I believe, Daniel 2:44 says, in the days of these kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom. And I believe America was that kingdom. And the strange thing, I just get the Wyoming. Here's the Wyoming Constitution. Very first thing it says.
Remember, the judge said that the man speaking in the podium is a very dangerous man because he looks so conservative. But he's such a radical. But he's not a radical. He's only against unconstitutional bullshit.
Preamble. We, the people of the state of Wyoming, grateful to God for our civil, political, and religious liberties, and desiring to secure them to ourselves and perpetuate them to our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution. Highest sovereign is God. Next thing, Article 1, Section 1. All power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority. And so we have right here in the Constitution of the state of Wyoming the idea that God is supreme. Man is sovereign under God. Under that comes this Constitution. And under that comes the hirelings of government. They are everyone from the dog catcher to the President of the United States and the Supreme Court judges are all hirelings sworn to uphold this Constitution. That's the way our government was set up.
Sworn.
That is de jure government in the United States. But what is de facto government? Just turn that upside down. You have a legislature of men is the sovereign. The executive and judicial branch follows the legislative branch. They have made them sovereign. Under that comes the people. That's us. And under that, under the legislature comes us, and under us comes the Constitution, and God is down the bottom if he's even mentioned at all. So you see, we have They say our government
That's how
just
they
turned
got it.
our former de jure government upside down is de facto government. Now, you see, a conservative in de facto government wants to preserve the power of the sovereign, and the sovereign in this case happens to be the legislature. Well, in other cases it was the emperor, the king, or Caesar, or the pope, or anything. But Aristotle once said, there's a million ways to be wrong, there's only one way to be right. Paraphrased, there's a million ways to make men a slave, but there's only one way that men can be free. And we established the one way in America for men to be free. We made a few mistakes. It wasn't perfect. Men weren't totally free as they could have been, but we did as close as you'd expect men to do. They don't ever get too perfect in the way they do things. So we got about as good as we could get. But we do have the best government that ever came, and I am sure, I feel certain, that this government, which is the only government in all history that was ever set up in the proper status, with God the sovereign, the people sovereign under God, constitutions, and hirelings of government at the bottom, that system won't vanish from the earth. I feel certain that God could not allow that. But now, temporarily, we're in this de facto government, and what can we do about it? Well, I want to show you how even the government, the very things that we criticize, has some good in it, and we can use that good. The law merchant, you hear about the law of merchants and how these merchants are bad and all that. Well, they may have grown that way, but when things started out, they weren't that bad. And you want to see their point of view a little bit, so I'm going to argue the other side a little bit before I show the perversion. But the other point of view is this. If a merchant in Germany, say, he had German watches, and he wanted some English Sheffield steel knives, well, he would make a trade. He said, I'll send you a shipload of German watches if you return a shipload of Sheffield steel knives. And the shipload of German watches arrives in England, and they unload them, and then this fellow on the other side, he says, well, just a moment. I think I'll just send that ship back empty. He can't do anything to me. He's a German citizen. He can't come in and use our laws to sue me. I'm an English citizen, and he has no access to our law. So I'll just send the ship back empty, and I won't give him the knives. And so the ship arrives back empty. Well, this didn't please the merchants. And they said, well, we've got to have honesty. We can't trade if we don't have honesty. But we have no way of enforcing international contracts. This is not a good situation. So the merchants got together and they set up the Hanseatic League, and they all contributed into it, and the principle of it is something that every one of us could accept. The key principle in the Hanseatic League, the law merchant codes that were set up, is that a merchant's word is as good as gold. Now, that was their principle. But you see, just having a principle like that with no way of enforcing it was a little bit difficult. So they set up their own enforcement agency, and suppose that happened after that. The English merchant didn't send an empty ship back. He emptied all the watches off and never sent the Sheffield steel back. Well, the Hanseatic League would go and they'd hire some criminals, the worst hoodlums they could find, and they'd say, we'll give you so much money, you kidnap that Englishman that didn't return the shipload of knives to us. and they'd go in and they'd kidnap them. And then they'd get them into a field, say in Denmark, a farmer's field in Denmark. They always picked a country that wasn't involved. The fight now is between England and Germany. Well, they'd go over to Denmark, they'd find a field. They were called the Courts of the Dusty Feet. And they would get in this field at daylight, and all they had to prove was, did this merchant or did this merchant not keep his word? And they just proved the fact the merchant did not keep his word. They chopped his head off, left his body and his head severed. They took off, and the farmer would come down, and he'd see this dead body with a head off in his field. He'd report it to the sheriffs, and maybe they would leave a note on the body saying, this merchant did not keep his word. Well, of course, that got out. But the individual governments didn't like that. They didn't like these dead bodies found on their farmers' fields and one thing and another. So finally, it got so that the merchants got each government to use the permission to use their courts to enforce their international contracts. Well, up to that point, everything was good. But now, what has happened, the evil forces of the world, or the wicked men, decide, well, we can use this to our advantage. And so, to make I could go on here for hours, but I see time gets away from me awful fast. I got to speed up. There is eventually in 1040 with William the Conqueror, the merchants got a square mile called the City of London. Now you have metropolitan London, and then you have the City of London. Well, the City of London has its own police, and even the Queen of England can't walk in there if they will not give her permission to go in there. That is territory of the merchants of the world alone. That's where their cases are tried. Any murder that occurs in the City of London is tried by their own police and in their own courts. They have their own territory there. And so any merchant that doesn't keep his word can be tried in the City of London, but nowadays we have now got the other governments to do that. Well, now this is the good part of the law merchant. As I say, the general principle of a merchant's word is as good as gold, and we couldn't ask for anything more as Christians than that. And so that in itself is not bad. But you'll notice there is a different thing here, that when you're enforcing contracts, you enforce the contract on the letter of the contract. The exact letter of the contract is enforced. You have no constitutional rights in a contract enforcement. If you contract to do a thing and you don't perform according to that contract, you can be fined or penalized in some way. And you can't demand jury trials or anything else. Of course, under American contracts, now you see, our Constitution provides for these things. We have courts set up to enforce criminal actions, common law courts, and we also have equity courts. Well, an equity court is to enforce contracts, obligations. Now, a court of equity is a court of compelled performance. They compel performance upon people. Now, you've got to learn the difference between law and equity. Law does not compel anybody to do anything. At law, you're free to do anything you please, provided you do not infringe upon the life, the liberty, or property of anyone else. If you back out of your garage and you bump into the side of the car across the street, well, you damage his car, and then if you drive away, you injured him. And he gets your license number or something, and he calls the police, and he will file a complaint. You damaged him. You backed your car into the side of his car and pushed the whole side in. Well, he should be given damage. All he has to do, he swears out a complaint that he's damaged. The police grab you, they bring you into court, and all he has to do is prove that you were the fellow that backed into his car, and the court will order you to pay damages. But that's where law ends. You see, it's only when you damage someone else. But if you don't damage anybody else's life, liberty, or property, you wouldn't even know law existed. It just is there, but it doesn't bother you. So, but equity is a jurisdiction of compelled performance. Now, the trouble is that our language has become confused, and so when you get, we have what they call a law that compels you to buckle your seatbelts, whether you want to or not. Now you know that that's not law. Law does not compel anyone to do anything. You're free to do anything you please, provided you do not infringe upon the life, the liberty, or the property of anyone else. That's law. Law only gives damages, and it doesn't compel performance. Well, then you know that that's not law. But if that state policeman comes up and he says, you disobeyed the law. The law says that you must fasten your seatbelts, and I'm here to uphold the law, and I want to arrest you and bring you into court. Well, right off the bat, you know that he doesn't know what he's talking about. But probably most of the judges don't know what they're talking about either. But you have to presume they have, and you have something to uphold them on that. We have the Magna Carta, and Article 45 of the Magna Carta. I always remember there's two good parts of the Magna Carta, 38 and 45. Do you ever think of a 38 revolver and a 45? Well, there's a couple of other ones. 24 and 39 are also good, but I always start with 38 and 45. But 45 said, we will only appoint such men to be justiciaries, constables, sheriffs, or bailiffs, that means hirelings of government, as know the law of the land and will keep it well. Now, when they swore their oath of office, this is binding on them, just as much as the Constitution, because the Constitution recognizes the Magna Carta and all the rest. So they should know the law if they don't. You know what they do with you? You say, well, I didn't know that the law required me to fasten my seatbelt. They'll say, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Okay? Ignorance of the law, as far as they're concerned, is no excuse either. And one of the things that you want to do is to work each step timely along the way. Your first thing is to question jurisdiction. That is the first move. Now, how do you do that? You don't bother with a policeman. They're all brainwashed and nothing is on record. What you want is the record of the court. Now, I want you to think of this. Most people in this country watch TVs and Western movies and all the rest of it. And in all of those things, there are good guys and there are bad guys. Now, when you get into a court, and there's the jury sitting in that court, the jury, you remember, they've been watching television and all this, and they know that in every situation there's got to be some good guys and there's got to be some bad guys. And generally think you got a little prejudice to start with, because if the government is against you, well, they figure, well, he must be bad or the government wouldn't be against him. So you got that a little bit against you. But what you want to do is start in the very beginning. You want to have a record, a court where there's a record. And you want to constantly work on the idea that I'm going to establish that record in such a way that anyone who reads that record is going to know who the good guy is and who the bad guy is. I'm going to be the good guy, they're going to be the bad guy. So you make that, that's your first motive. You start with a record. So you get into court, and the judge will read the statute to you. You're down here, and he's up here, and he says, well, Mr. Freeman, you are charged, well, I had this recently, you are charged with a violation of Lusk City Ordinance number 12207, which reads as follows: no motor vehicle shall be driven south on Maple Street. And do you understand the charge, Mr. Freeman? No. Mr. Freeman. Please don't insult the intelligence of this court. A man of your caliber certainly knows understands that charge. And I said, no, Judge, you don't understand what I don't understand. The Sixth Amendment to the Constitution requires you to tell me the nature and the cause of this action which is against me. And I wouldn't, if I, now, I don't know how to defend in this case. Now, Article 1, Section 10 of the Wyoming Constitution tells me I have a right to defend myself in this court. But unless I know the nature and the cause of this action that's against me, I can't properly defend. And I think it's only fair that you should tell me the nature and the cause of this action that's against me. In fact, I have the authority of the Sixth Amendment for asking this question. And you say, well, what is it you want to know? Well, you always ask him the easy question first. See, the state can't come after you civilly. The Constitution, the Supreme Court of the United States has a jurisdiction, the court of original jurisdiction, if a state comes after an individual civilly. If they have a civil dispute with you, well, they can't use their court to settle it. They would be a prejudiced court. So the Constitution saw that, so they put that up in a federal court. And the state doesn't want to try all their problems in federal court, so they don't ever come after you civilly, they come after you criminally. But most people don't know that if you just fail to fasten your seatbelts, you're a criminal in the eyes of the state, that isn't a civil crime, that's a criminal action. And so you ask him the easy question first. Is this a civil action or a criminal action? He'll very quickly answer, but you see, you got him answering now under the authority of the Sixth Amendment. He said, it's a criminal action, Mr. Freeman. Oh, well, thank you very much. Let the record of this court show that this particular action against Howard Freeman is a criminal action. Now, Judge, there are two criminal actions authorized in the Constitution of the United States. One is a criminal action under a common law jurisdiction, and the other is a condition of contract under the criminal aspects of an admiralty jurisdiction. Now, would you tell me, Your Honor, which jurisdiction is this court operating under? A common law jurisdiction or an admiralty jurisdiction? Now, there are four answers. Well, just last night I heard of 4.5 answers. There's still another one. But anyway, there's four answers. I'll give you the four, and then I'll maybe get into the half one. The first thing, and this happened in my case, he says, oh, Mr. Freeman, he says, admiralty stops at the high water mark. Of course this is common law jurisdiction. I wish you'd get an attorney. And I said, fine. Well, let the record of this court show that this particular criminal action against Howard Freeman
before this court is a criminal action under a common law jurisdiction. Now that is set in concrete in the record of the case. And then you start in, well, the court, if he doesn't, now remember, I'll give you one little trick. If you fail to claim your rights, the court, the Supreme Court has declared this: every legalism will be presumed lawful unless timely and specifically challenged for its lawfulness. Now, you got to know the difference between legal and lawful.
That's a very complex subject. It's like, well, I'm not gonna get into that, but basically it's like you have to say everything theoretically to speak about how the system of the court works. You have to say a person in that situation would say they'd have to claim their rights in the record, or claim how the encroachment of rights on the record, or I mean that's a long story.
I'll try to give it to you very quick. Anything is legal. If I have a gun here, and it isn't a concealed weapon, and I just pointed at Dr. Pickett over here, and there's a policeman over here, but I just pointed at it, and I get up a little closer to him, and I say, "Give me your wallet." Well, he's looking down the barrel of that gun, everything, so he just digs in his pocket, he hands me the wallet. And so I put the gun away, and he walks that way, and I put his wallet away and walk this way. Policeman can't do a thing. What I did was perfectly legal. And what he did, he waived his right to challenge my legalism for its lawfulness. Now, all he needed to do was to turn to the policeman, and he'd say, "Did you see what that man did? He took my wallet at the point of a gun, and I'm complaining." Immediately the officer comes over and he grabs me by the collar and he arrests me, bring me into court, and yeah, there's a law against taking a man's wallet at the point of a gun, so I go to jail, just what I deserve. But you see, if he hadn't claimed his right to that law, he waived his right. And this is the way they treat us all along. If we don't know our rights, anything the government does is legal. And the thing is that most of what they do is not lawful. But if you don't know the difference between legal and lawful, you're going to be in trouble. I noticed there's a van or trailer over here. Ooh, 5 minutes left, boy. Well, I'll get some more tomorrow. But there is a van over here. It says we will show you how to legally avoid paying income tax. Well, that is worded wrong. What they should say, we will show you how to lawfully avoid paying income tax, but legally they may try to put you in jail. So then you get the real difference between lawful and legal. Well, now, that's the thing. They use it against us, but we can use it against them. Now, when you get them, you make a statement in court, and if they don't challenge it, you've got a prosecuting attorney over there. If he doesn't challenge it, he's waived his right to challenge it. See, every legalism will be presumed lawful by the courts unless timely and specifically challenged for its lawfulness. Now, if you say that this, let the record of this court show that this court has declared that this particular criminal action against Howard Freeman is a criminal action under a common law jurisdiction, and that judge or that prosecuting attorney doesn't challenge it at that point, you've set it in concrete. That court is a common law jurisdiction court. Now, once that's set in concrete, you got no challenges, then you start with your defenses. And the first thing you can say, well, I move that the case be dismissed because there is no cause of action for this court to gain jurisdiction, a common law criminal jurisdiction in this case. But where is the injured party? Who is the party of interest in this case? Well, the officer. Magna Carta 38. Yeah, come over here. No hireling of government, it says bailiff, but you read that hireling of government, for the future, shall, for the future, put any man to trial upon his simple accusation, without producing credible witness to the truth thereof. So here's this hireling of government over here. He's bringing a charge against me. Well, who is the witness appearing against me? He is. Have you been injured? No. Have you sworn a statement that you have been injured, that there's been damage done? No. There's no corpus delicti. Well, right in the Wyoming Constitution, under our right to defend, here we have, it speaks here, it speaks of the right of the accused to defend. And it says, when the location of the offense cannot be established with certainty, venue may be placed in the county or district where the corpus delicti is found. Well, corpus delicti means a dead body or damaged body or damaged something is found.
Injured party.
So there has to be damage before a common law court has a common law jurisdiction. So there is no damage. Well, I'm going to stop very quickly now, but that is the first step. You see, what you have done, you have established that the court has not jurisdiction, because there is no damaged party, and at law there must be. At law you're free to do anything you please, provided you do not infringe upon the life, liberty, or property of anyone else. Now, you've shown here that and it's right in the record of the court, you're the good guy, and there's no damage, and they haven't shown any damage, so they're the bad guy at that point. And that's where I'm going to leave you today, and tomorrow I'll pick up from there and show how you keep making them a little worse and a little worse and a little worse, and yourself a little better, a little better, and a little better. And oh, it comes out.
Couldn't you listen to this guy all day?
I tried to bribe.
Okay.
I tried to bribe Pete. I brought a pillow, and I says that when I talk, I know those seats get hard, Pete.
This is from like
you could sit on this pillow.
1986.
And Pete wouldn't be bribed. He says, we still got the rope. So somebody else is using my pillow just for this, my talk. You know, these seats get kind of hard after a while. You notice that. Well, yesterday I mentioned that there were conservatives and liberals in de facto government and conservatives and liberals in de jure government. Well, somebody cornered me on that. They said that was a little bit confusing. What would you kind of clear that up a little bit? Well, I did define what de facto government is what we have today. It's really usurped power. And de jure government is what we should have, what we had at the time of the Founding Fathers. De jure government puts God at the top, that God is the ultimate sovereign, man is sovereign under God, and then comes constitutions, which is our real government, and then comes the hirelings that are all sworn to uphold the Constitution. That's de jure government. Now, de facto government is the same thing turned upside down. You have man as sovereign, whether the man is an emperor, a king, or it could be the legislature, it could be the Pope, that is sovereign. Then under that, you have man, that's us, and under that, the citizens, and under that, the Constitution, and at the bottom is God. That's de facto government. Well, now, let's see, the names are terrible. The fellow who nominated me to be Mike Watson, yeah, Watson. Mike Watson named me for Supreme Court, you know, if he was president. Well, now, I would say that he was always a conservative under de jure government. But you see, he was brought up under de facto government. And he rebelled against de facto government, and that temporarily he was a hippie until he heard of de jure government, and then he became a conservative. So you see, in each of these types of governments, you have de facto, you have a liberal and a conservative, and in de jure government, you have a liberal and a conservative. And so the judge who is ruling in de facto government considers himself a conservative. And the thing that bothered him so much is the fact that I looked so conservative, but I was so radical. Well, I was radical from his point of view, because from his point of view, conservative is what maintains his $65,000 a year salary, all the amenities of office, and all kinds of pensions later on, and honors, and so on. That to preserve that is to him conservatism. And of course, Mike Watson was a rebel against that, so he was the radical under de facto government. And but now you see, to a conservative in de facto government, a conservative in de jure government is a radical. They can't tolerate that. And a radical in de jure government would fit very well over in de facto government. So this is the, if that clears it up, maybe that will help. But there is a conservative and a radical in each form of the government, and one is de facto, one is de jure. Now, yesterday I left off. I was giving the 4 ways that what you will face when you come into a court, and the proper timing for a proper approach to turn an equity situation into a law situation or have it dropped. Now, when you go into court, I'll just roughly go over it. The very first thing that happens when you go into court is you will come up before the judge and you will be arraigned. This is not your trial. This is just arraignment. They're just going to read the charge to you and ask how you plead on the charge. And so you will be brought up before the judge, and he will pick up a citation or whatever it is. Now it's not only traffic offenses, it's IRS, any other offense that you may have against the government, so-called the de facto government. They will read the charge that you have, and the judge will say, you are charged with violating section so-and-so of certain statute, which reads, and then he'll read the statute to you, and in my case, he says you were charged with violating section 12207 Lusk Ordinance, which reads that no motor vehicle shall be driven south on Maple Street. Do you understand the charge, Mr. Freeman? They will always have to ask you, in any court, they will say, do you understand the charge? And they expect you to say yes. And of course, my advice is to always say no. And now, you do not understand the charge. And then, of course, the judge, as he did in my case, he said, oh, Mr. Freeman, please don't insult this court. You know that you drove the wrong way in the one-way street. Now, please be reasonable. And I said, no, Judge, you don't know what I don't know. And I said, now, here's where you start. The Sixth Amendment to the Constitution requires you to tell me the nature and the cause of this action that's against me. And I need to know in order to make my defense. I can't defend unless I know the nature of the court that I'm defending in. And I am allowed to defend myself. And yet I have to know this. So the Constitution provided a way that I can know and gives me the authority to ask you, what is the nature and cause of this action against me? And he said, well, what did you wish to know? Well, they would say that, and you always ask the easy question first, and that is it a criminal action or a civil action? And, of course, if it's anything from the administrative agency of government against you, it'll probably be a criminal action, especially state. Now, when you get into federal, you could have civil, but a state, it'll be a criminal action. So then what you do, you set the record by turning to the court recorder and saying, let the record of this case show that this particular case is a criminal action against Howard Freeman. And now there's no response from the bench. That's set in concrete. All right? Then you turn to the judge. Now you got him answering. See, that's the trick, is to get him answering. He answered under the authority of the Sixth Amendment that question. Now you ask him a hard question. Now you turn to him and say, well, now, Your Honor, you know that there are two criminal actions authorized by the Constitution of the United States. One is a criminal action under a common law jurisdiction, and the other is a condition of contract under the criminal aspects of an admiralty jurisdiction. Would you please tell me which jurisdiction this court is operating under? Well, that's the tough one. They're operating under admiralty, but they don't want to admit it. So they will answer four different ways. Now, I will give you the first way. He will say it's a criminal action under the common law. Well, if he says that, then you probably got the case finished right there, because under the common law, there is no criminal action against a sovereign citizen unless another sovereign citizen brings a charge. A hireling cannot charge his sovereign. You find that out in ordinary employment. If you're working for the boss, you can't charge the boss with not doing his work right. He can charge you, but you can't charge him. So these are hirelings here, and a hireling can't come and charge a sovereign with violating the law. But if another sovereign complains against you as a sovereign, then if he's willing to sign a complaint that he was injured by another sovereign, then the officer is authorized at that point to arrest a sovereign and bring him into court And if this other sovereign can prove his complaint, then the first sovereign must pay damages. But that's common law. Well, now, if it was just an officer arrested you for speeding or for driving the wrong way in a one-way street or any other charge, he has no authority under the common law to arrest any sovereign. So the case should be dismissed immediately. You say, well, who is the damaged party? There's no damaged party. Well, if there's no damaged party, there is no cause of action for the court. And so the case should be dismissed. Well, if they didn't dismiss it at that point, you've got so many other things. Now, they would have to prove under the common law in a criminal action, they would have to prove willfulness. They would have to prove that you willfully drove above the speed limit or that you willfully drove the long way. Because it is not a crime to accidentally do something. The element of willfulness enters it. Even the Internal Revenue Service, that's one of the strong points we have. They got a little bit of common law mixed up with admiralty in that 7304, I guess, charge, willful failure to file. See, it's willful failure. Failure to file is not a criminal action. It's got to be willful failure to file. And so that is the way. Now, in a traffic offense, the only way they could get willfulness is to give you a warning. Now, for example, if I'd been driving the wrong way in a one-way street, the officer comes up and he says, "Did you know that was a one-way street?" "No." "Well, I'm telling you it is. And this is an official notification that that is a one-way street going north and you don't go south on it." Now, if the next day I did the same thing, that would be a willful violation. And that would be a criminal action under the common law. But the first time it's not willful. So there's another aspect. Well, the point is you should dock it right out as a common law action immediately. In the common law, you're entitled to due process of law. The Constitution says in all, doesn't say some, all criminal actions, there shall be a jury trial. And most of these court cases, they don't. And in a common law jury, it's 12. Whenever you see a 6-man jury, you know it's admiralty. It's not a common law jury. The common law jury is 12. Well, all this is part of your rights to due process of law under the Fifth Amendment. And so the minute he says the jurisdiction, it's a criminal action under a common law jurisdiction, the case should be dismissed immediately. And eventually it will be. They can't carry it on into,
Howard, can you tell when you walk into a court what type of court it is by the nature of the flag?
Well, that, I understand the yellow border around the flag represents an admiralty court. But you see, what happens, all our courts are admiralty courts today, but the judges take silent judicial notice of that fact, but they don't tell you. And they'll let you come in and make all constitutional defenses in this admiralty court, and they'll deny everything. And you say, well, how could he do that? He's sworn to uphold the Constitution, and how can he deny me all these inalienable rights? Under the Constitution, they're denied, or right offhand. How does he do it? Well, you see, you cannot use common law or constitutional defenses in an admiralty court. Admiralty has its own defenses. Common law has its defenses. Admiralty has its defenses. But you see, what they secretly do, they silently take judicial notice that you're in an admiralty court. You come in with constitutional defenses and everything is thrown right out, and you can't understand it. Well, I went through all that. This is the way we have to learn by the hard way. And a good many of us have learned the hard way that what is taking place. But now remember, the one key to all law, the way it's the procedure of law, the way it's practiced today, is that every legalism will be presumed lawful by the courts unless timely and specifically challenged for its lawfulness. So if you don't ask what the jurisdiction of the court is, and you assume it's a common law court, and you make common law defenses and they're all denied, at that late date you can't ask, well, what was the jurisdiction of this court? You've waived your right to do it. You didn't make a timely and specific challenge to this legalism. So they can assume that the court is the judge takes judicial notice of that, and if you didn't ask him what he's taking judicial notice of, well, you'll wind up in an admiralty court and think you're in a common law court. And so that is the thing that it's so important when he reads the charge right at that moment in the arraignment. He will say, do you understand the charge? And let the record show that you did not understand the charge. And they can't go after you if you don't understand the charge. So they've got to keep explaining until you understand it. All right? Now, the Sixth Amendment gives you the right to know the nature and the cause of the action that's against you. You use that. And, of course, as I say, you ask the easy question first. And once you've got him answering under the easy question, then you come up with a harder question. Now, I've told you what you do if he says it's a common law, a criminal action under common law jurisdiction. Immediately, as soon as he says that, turn to the court reporter and say, well, let the record show that this particular criminal action against Howard Freeman is a criminal action under a common law jurisdiction. Now, if the judge doesn't, now you can use that same, every legalism will be presumed lawful unless timely and specifically challenged for its lawfulness. You state that, and if he doesn't challenge you at that and correct it, that's set in concrete in the record. No other court can change it because the other courts are just reviewing what happened in that first court. And maybe I better answer questions afterward because it will be on the tape, yeah. The next way that they will answer, this is way two. The judge will say, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Freeman, but I'm not here to advise you on law. I would suggest that you get a licensed attorney, and he will give you the answers to these questions. We'll say, Your Honor, but the Constitution, the Sixth Amendment, gives me authority to ask the nature and the cause of this action against.
I'm sitting here arguing with Greg. Because Greg's, I'm like, Greg, what do you think of this video? Blah, blah, blah. And Greg's like, oh, Greg starts off with the very first thing. Oh, good. It fucking spews out that it thinks that his definitions of de jure versus de facto, it was arguing about that. And it was like, and then it says all this mountain of other shit. And I'm like, sitting here still arguing about that with it. Like, well, okay, so you don't even agree with this fucking definition, you stupid fucking AI. So I'm like, what? Oh, so Grok says that there's no such thing as unconstitutional government and blah blah. You gotta like spell it out for this stupid AI like it's fucking retard. And that fucking But so anyways, I explained to it finally after typing a fucking mountain of bullshit to fucking make the AI not fucking be retarded. I was like, I'm like, so you saying you don't understand how someone was a conservative for constitutional government, that if they went to a different country that was a communist and they were against communism, then the conservative in America would be considered a liberal against a communist country in another country. Don't you understand this? What he's talking about, Grok? And I'm like, short answer only, because fucking Grok's retarded, writes a bunch of shit. And finally it says, yes, that it understands. He's talking about de jure versus de facto distinction to explain political labels. like conservative, liberal, or radical, are relative to the system in power. So Grok put it in a good wording. Okay, so sorry. I just wanted to bring that up because fucking I had to type of amount into that stupid AI. All right.
Against me. Now, it would be injustice if I am forced into a court and I don't know what jurisdiction the court is operating under because I wouldn't know how to make my defenses. And I think it would be only fair that you would do it. But if that is your opinion, well, let the record of this court show that this is a criminal action against Howard Freeman under a secret jurisdiction known only to licensed attorneys. Do you see what you've done to him there? And boy, he's got to challenge that. That would put him on the spot right there. So what he will then do, he'll switch it over. And he'll say, well, Mr. Freeman, this is a statutory jurisdiction. You just be a little surprised. Oh, I didn't know about those. But see, you always want to, you remember, you're always the nice guy. All this is on record, and when somebody reads the record, they want to know who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. So you're the good guy. And so you never implied, you know. He says it's a statutory jurisdiction. Well, I never heard of that. Of course, I don't know too much about law, but I am willing to accept a statutory jurisdiction if you can tell me where can I get the rules of criminal procedures under statutory jurisdictions. There is no such thing. So if there is no published work, you ask the judge now, could you tell me, I've looked around, but I haven't been able to find the rules of criminal procedure under statutory jurisdictions. Do you have a copy that you could loan me, Judge, or something so I can be prepared to defend under this unknown jurisdiction to me? But see, he can't do it. And then he will again say, well, Mr. Freeman, I would advise you to get the services of a licensed attorney. And then you just turn right back to number 2 again, and you say, well, it appears that the court is operating under a secret jurisdiction known only to licensed attorneys. And yet, now if I were in Wyoming, I would open my thing. Article 1, Section 10 gives me the right to defend in a court. Well, if I am given a constitutional right to defend in the court, and the court won't tell me the jurisdiction that the court is, the rules of that court by which to defend, and they're known only to licensed attorneys, and there's no published for the public to know, you see, you got them in a bad position there. And usually, well, right at that point, I believe the other case, the prosecuting attorney, this case, this Mike Long, here he is back here. Then the judge say, the prosecuting attorney say that, well, there isn't enough in this case to be worth prosecuting or something, and they just drop it. So that ends the thing right there, because he doesn't want to prosecute it. So that takes the judge off the hook if the prosecuting attorney relieves him of the responsibility. Now you've got 3. First is he will tell you it's a common law jurisdiction. The next one he will tell you you better see a licensed attorney. And the third time he'll say it's a statutory jurisdiction. Now the 4th, suppose he says, yes, suppose he's honest. Most of them aren't honest because they want to get you. But suppose he's honest. And he says, yes, Mr. Freeman, this is an admiralty jurisdiction. Then you say, well, Judge, that's very nice. I'm glad to hear that. But you know that there is no admiralty jurisdiction for any court in America unless there's a valid international contract in dispute. And I'm not aware that I've ever entered any international contract, and so I would deny that any such contract exists. And then you turn to the prosecuting attorney, whose job it is to prove jurisdiction in the court. You see, the plaintiff always has to prove that the court has jurisdiction to hear it. So you turn over to this prosecuting attorney and say, I deny that I have entered any valid international contract and that there's any contract in dispute in this case. And Judge, I would have you order this prosecuting attorney to prove as a fact of law that a valid international contract is in existence, that I am a party to that international contract, and that my being a party to that international contract obligates me to drive only north on this one-way street. In other words, to obey this ordinance. Well, now, the average prosecuting attorney couldn't do that. And so, but it takes the onus off the judge's back, and he'll turn to the prosecuting attorney, well, prove it. Well, he will drop out at that point, because most of them just don't know law, that's all, and they just couldn't do it. So he's stumped right there. I'll answer questions later. Off the tape, I think better. So anyway, that takes that. But suppose you've got a good prosecuting attorney. Suppose he is one who's going to lose his license to win this case. He's not going to back down. He's going to come right through. And he says, well, there is a valid contract in existence, international contract in existence that involves Mr. Freeman. And I'll tell you, this is the way it came about. When Roosevelt was elected by the citizens of the United States, he was elected by popular vote. Everybody seemingly wanted him. And he was to represent all the people of the United States. And all of the people of the United States in electing him wanted him to do any number of things, but they didn't want to pay taxes for all of the things that he was doing for them. And so President Roosevelt, in order to meet the people's desire, spent money beyond what he took in taxes, and so he had to borrow bank credit from the international bankers. And in borrowing that credit, he agreed to repay that credit in gold coin. And by 1938, he had borrowed more bank credit than he had gold coin to repay. And so actually, at that point, all American citizens lost their status as free men and became juristic persons in default of contract. But rather than have it admitted to all the people of the country that the nation was bankrupt, the lawyers figured out a way to cover that fact up in a little bit of legalese. And so the legalese they employed was to blend law with equity, which was done in 1938. Well, in the blending of law with equity, what they did is did away with law and made everything equity. But they called it a blending. Now, officially, they said that this was just the form, the forms, the adjective part of the law, not the substantive part of the law, with no change in substance. But, of course, if you don't challenge anything the government does is, it's a legalism, but it's presumed lawful. So when they blended law with equity, they made all courts equitable courts. And if you don't know enough to challenge it, well, you're stuck. So they blended law with equity, and that put us under an admiralty jurisdiction, because you see, the loan of the money came from international bankers. And the minute you go into international banking, you're outside of the Constitution and the common law, and now you come under merchant law or law merchant. And so under law merchant codes, the American people were in servile status to the international bankers. Well, now you know what happens to anyone. The minute you are bankrupt, you lose your status as a free man, and you come under a jurisdiction of compelled performance. Equity is compelled performance, and you can be compelled to perform in the interest to the exact letter of a contract that you're under, or in a bankrupt situation, you can be compelled to perform in the interest of your creditors. So since 1938, the laws that are passed by Congress are not public law as it has been formerly known, but public policy. These are public policy statutes in the interest of the creditor. And so that is how you have the seatbelt law and all the rest. The public creditor says, well, now these bankrupt citizens there owe us all this gold, and there's only one way they can pay that gold, and that is to keep working. But these fools are riding around their cars without buckling their seatbelts and so on, and they're getting themselves killed, and dead men don't pay taxes. And so in the interest of the international bankers, we want the legislatures of all the states to protect these citizens against themselves and compel them to buckle their seatbelts. We want them alive so they can pay taxes. So this is how Mr. Freeman got under this jurisdiction of compelled performance. Now, he has no rights under the Constitution. He is under an admiralty jurisdiction, and he can be judged on the letter of the statute. The statute said he can't drive south on Maple Street. He drove south. That's the only fact that any jury will need to decide. The law says he's guilty. See, that's admiralty. Well, now, what could you do if you had a lawyer that really spelled it all out? Of course, you know, he'd be like the bee that stung you. He's dead now. He's going to die. He'd never be another lawyer. But if he did spell it all out, what could you do then? Well, you could do something right then. Because even under law merchant codes, and if you want the exact number of the code, toward the end of the book Pied Pipers of Babylon, he's got these laws, merchant codes, and you get the number of it. And it describes a valid contract. A valid contract is no different under international law than it is under American law. Every valid contract must be entered into knowingly, voluntarily, and intentionally by both parties. So what do? You deny that a valid international contract exists. Now you turn to the judge. No court in America is authorized to enforce or has jurisdiction to enforce an invalid contract. I deny the validity of the contract. So now you turn the whole complexion of the case from whether you drove the wrong way in a one-way street or failed to fasten your seatbelt into whether the contract is a valid, international contract is valid or invalid. Now you've got a whole new ball game, and it's all at law, and you've turned an equitable situation into a 100% law situation. And I think you could win. So this is the overall thing. But now there's Mr. Corrigan, he came up to me yesterday, and he showed me a letter that he got from a court. He asked him what the jurisdiction was, and the judge said, now this is 4.5. You see, I've got, well, I try to figure all the answers, but this is a new one. He says, yes, this is a criminal action under a common law jurisdiction modified by statutory law and case law. Now that is a new one. But now what I don't want to give advice legal advice, because if I ever did that, I might wind up like Ken Anderson and spend time in jail. So I don't give legal advice. I wouldn't tell anybody what they should do. But the topic of my sermon is how sheep can survive in wolf country. And so, just generally speaking, from this religious standpoint, I would say that a sheep in that situation could probably best survive by writing the judge a return letter and say, well, thank you, Judge. Now, always remember that the sheep are the good ones, and you want them to be the wolves, so you'll be just as polite as he was, and it was a very polite letter that the judge wrote, so you write just as polite a letter in return, and thank him very much for his attention, thank him for the letter, and tell him, well, now, as you know, you have said that I have a right to defend myself without a licensed attorney or any kind or anything, but I have been unable to locate in any law library the rules of criminal procedure for common law jurisdictions modified by statutory law and case law. Now, there must be rules somewhere that I could obtain that would tell me exactly how to handle this case. And since I'm handling it myself, you know, Your Honor, that justice requires that I be given the rules of the court. So would you, Your Honor, please either supply me with the rules of criminal procedure under common law jurisdiction modified by statutory law and case law. I think that's the way it was worded. Just use his own words, see, and just write it out. And now you see there is no such rules. So then when he can't supply you with the rules, and you have a right to defend, but they won't give you the rules of the court, but he'll have to come around and advise him to get a licensed attorney. Then you say, all right, but I'm allowed to defend this myself. So let the record of the case show that this criminal action against whoever the person is, the sheep, is a criminal action under a secret jurisdiction known only to licensed attorneys. See, they got to come up with the written rules of the court, or it's secret. They'll always tell you, please get a licensed attorney. We'll give you one. You won't have to pay for it. And that's their one way to get around it. You won't have to pay for it. They'll supply you with an attorney. But when they supply you with an attorney, he's there to make you lose. And you don't want an attorney. You have a right. And right here in the Wyoming Constitution, I'm close to the end, but I'll get... Now, what you want to do is to get your own Constitution. Here it is, Article 1, Section 10. In all criminal prosecution, the accused shall have the right to defend in person or by counsel. Well, you didn't choose to do it. You have a right to defend in person. And he said, well, you have a right to defend in person if you know law. Well, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that you can defend in person if you're a licensed attorney. And say, well, I know law, but I don't know this procedure, and I don't know the rules of this court under the jurisdiction that's being claimed. And there's no written rules. How am I going to defend? I have a right to defend. And I have a right to know, but you're refusing to give me this. Now, if you want to set that jurisdiction, it's your duty to follow the Sixth Amendment and tell me that, provide me with the rules for it, where I can get them. You see, I think the case will be dropped if it's handled that way. And that's how we sheep can survive in wolf country. I think my time is up. And oh, there is a little more there? Oh, I didn't, my watch shows I'm done. How much time have I got, Dave?
6 minutes.
I got a quartz watch here. Well, okay, that's fine. Well, now there was a question you had over here. Maybe we can answer that. Right?
Well, you were saying that the prosecuting attorney might say something in arraignment, and I've never seen the prosecuting attorney in arraignment.
Yeah, well, then you tell the judge that the prosecuting attorney, that they were there by arraignment, and I've been there, but it may not be. But they're usually, you've got to have somebody representing the injured party, and it represents the injured party. You're being arraigned. Where is the injured party? And but if he isn't, you just tell the judge, have that prosecuting attorney prove as a fact of law. See, that was it. Yes, if you.
Mr. Freeman, when you challenge the prosecuting attorney about not having a valid contract,
Yeah.
is it possible that he will say, oh, yes, you do. You signed up for a driver's license?
Well,
and you are obligated to obey all the rules and practices?
that would be a contract between you and the state, and if it's just a contract under American law, that's equity, and equity is, he's already established on the record, it's a criminal action.
Okay.
Equity is a civil action.
Well, if he does that, he might try to do that.
Well, if he does that, say the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction.
Okay.
This court doesn't have jurisdiction. Yes, Mr. Cargill.
There was a prosecuting attorney there when they had my hearing.
Aye.
I'll tell you, it really shook them up when they had the hearing and they asked me to come forward and they said, Mr. Corrigan, you plead guilty or not guilty? I said, I'm not pleading. I asked for a jury trial. And boy, they went to shuffling papers right now, you know. And the judge looked over at the secretary and said, Mr. Corrigan's asked for a jury trial. Will you set this on the calendar? And he said, I would like to have it. And I think it was a 2 or 3 week period. And she looked back at him and started shuffling papers and said, no, judge, no, judge, no, judge, no. You know, it really shook him up if someone was asking something like this. But another question I had, would anyone have a Missouri Constitution that I might look at?
Well, you can go now, you walk right to the Secretary of State's office in Wyoming, ask him for it, and they'll just hand you one.
I just got one day after I get home, though.
Oh, boy. Yeah, but you should have it. That is very important. And then I want to give another point that he brought up there, that where he made a mistake. You don't go in at arraignment and ask for a jury trial. The minute you do that, you've waived. See, if you're working on a jurisdiction issue, stay with that issue. The minute you ask for a jury trial, you've given them jurisdiction. And they don't have to tell you anything from that point on. You waived your rights under the Sixth Amendment. Yes?
After you make your point as far as the jurisdiction, should you ask for dismissal at that time, or you just let them...
Yes. Yeah, you have to ask...
after each point of challenge,
yeah.
Those situations...
Yeah, say, I move the court that the case be dismissed because, and then state the reason. There's a question back there.
When you nail them to the common law, establish the common law jurisdiction, you got them in the box. Would it be appropriate to transfer or file an action in the federal court where they don't want to be? You mentioned this earlier.
Oh, well, one of the things that if you want to sue a judge or something, the best way to sue a judge, remember, we're sheep in wolf country, and you have a right to defend as a sheep. And if a wolf comes after you and you're a sheep, well, you can do what you can to defend yourself. And one of the things that you can do if they're coming after you and this judge is getting real crude, is file a counter complaint at law against the judge in that same case. Now, they can't throw your counter complaint out without throwing their own case out. You see, if you go aggressively against a judge, you file a complaint against a judge, the judges will throw it out. They'll say it's frivolous and out it goes. But Now they're moving against you, and you file a counter complaint. Now that's exactly what I have in the state of Wyoming. They have a misdemeanor against me. I drove the wrong way in a one-way street. I have a felony against them. They and a counter complaint in which it's a violation of Title. Well, their problem is described in Title 42, Section 1983. The record shows that they fit the crime described in Title 42, Section 1983, and the penalty for that crime is in Title 18, Section 241, which says it's a $10,000 fine or 10 years in jail. That's a felony. So now I've got a counter complaint right in the same case. It's all filed and it's in the Supreme Court of the state of Wyoming. Well, we're at a Mexican standoff. If they want to move after me on my driving the wrong way on one-way street, my counterclaim is, and my counterclaim is at law, and the record, they know the record is against them. I've got the record showing that all you got to do, everyone should do, is to get a copy of Section 42, Title 42, Section 1983. Read it. And all the time you're running your case, you see, you put them in violation of that. You see, you call these things color of law. See, if anyone moves against you under color of law and denies you of rights guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States, he is guilty of a crime. So you make him move against you under color of state law, denying you inalienable rights under the supreme law. But you can only do that if you're defending in a common law jurisdiction. If you're over an admiralty, you don't do that. Then you have to use admiral defenses. Yes, Bob Larson.
I should mention that you don't have a prosecuting attorney or a district attorney in a traffic case. The president's agreement, you can have the case dismissed
I couldn't quite hear you, but can you come up here? Just get a little closer. Maybe you can speak right in the microphone. The people can hear it.
If you don't have a prosecuting attorney present at your arraignment, you can have the case dismissed right there.
Yeah, you have to have somebody. He says if you don't have a prosecuting attorney present, you can have the case dismissed. There's no who is representing the plaintiff. There's nobody there. Well, then the case should be dismissed. So some judges may say, well, we'll get them here, or they'll fool around. They will violate the law right and left if you let them. But remember, every legalism is presumed lawful unless timely and specifically challenged for its lawfulness. So you've got to think fast. Will I let that go or won't I? Oop.
You know, when Howard quit 6 minutes early, I thought, man, that rope must scare him to death. Then I realized what he had done. He is so shrewd, he threw me off guard. And then all of a sudden, well, go ahead, Howard, go ahead. And then you give him free rein. So you got to watch this man. He knows what he's doing. All right, the ladies, next class, 10 minutes over to the dining hall. Yes, Miss Parker.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty boring stuff, but it's very complex. So, fucking, I was arguing with Grok. It's giving me a fucking brain fucking headache. It's like the Grok will not admit that fucking my rights are trampled. It's about and it's like it's just retarded. It's like it's like the well, because I have cornered Grok in in a verbal trap where if Grok answers, then it's saying that the court is committing fraud. So it cannot answer. And I can ask the question over and over, and it will not answer because of the way it's worded. That Grok knows that it's just fucked up. It's like, what the fuck? Stupid fucking computers. Because I asked Grok online, I was like, what is your IQ, Grok? And it said 150. And I said, well, fuck you, Grok. I tested at 160. So is that why you're so fucking stupid? Fucking Grok. Fucking Grok. Jesus Christ. Let's see what we got going on here. The link in the chat if anyone wants to come on. Yeah, so Grok is retarded. That fucking pizza always gives me the fucking stomach ache. I give the rest of the cats outside. Nobody else eats pizza. And the supreme pizza with the fucking, I think it's the green peppers that does it. What was I getting at? Okay, so I mean, I guess I was talking about Lyndon LaRouche earlier on JJ's podcast. It's a pretty good episode. Jonah was in his prime, discussing the shenanigans, and that it's a pretty good podcast. We had some good discussions, very professional, and about 500 jokes about about Richard Gere and gerbils. Yeah, so what we got here, this is Mr. Lyndon LaRouche. This is the CIA's file on him. Dennis King and Ronald Redalsh. So it looks like he's enjoys close ties to the Ku Klux Klan, Mr. Lyndon LaRouche. I mean, that's just a cursory. I mean, that has no. Well, this looks like somebody. No, I think that's somebody drew an arrow. Sometimes people draw or underline shit on these things. What else do I got here? Damn, I don't have it. They accidentally closed all the tabs the other night when I was freaking on the computer. Oh, there's messaging Kissinger, talking about Kissinger. Steve too. Kissinger and his friends. Wait, what? What's that? Oh, half blah blah blah. LaRouche renounced Walter F. Mondale as agent of the Soviet Secret Intelligence Service. Mandel. Who the fuck is that? Walter F. Mandel. Where the fuck's the keyboard? Oops. Damn it. F. Soviet Intelligence. Mondale. What is this? Steps up attack. Wait, what if the Soviets are what, God damn, I don't think this is gonna work. Stupid. Oh, god damn it. Those sons of bitches. Well, I can at least screenshot it. Even though I can't read it, I can get the picture of it. Let's see. Walter F. Mendel. Who is he? Soviet agent. Mr. Mendel is a Soviet. Who the fuck is God damn it! I'm trying to find a link to this, and there's Mr. Leicester Crowley. Leicester Crowley. Okay, debate between. Does this mention? Wait, campaign between Democrat Walter Mandel. Walter Mandel. So he was Walter Mandel. Wait, they're saying he was. Wait, LaRouche. LaRouche is saying that he was that Mandel. Where the fuck did that go? Blah blah. Walter F. Mandel is an agent of influence of the Soviet secret intelligence. Mandel's role in the conscious agent of Soviet influence is part of a huge treasonous operation which includes the West German Green Party. Whoa. What the fuck? West German Green Party. What the fuck is that? West German Green Party. It's got sun for its symbol. What the fuck is that? West Germany, June 1980, grew out of the. Okay, where were we at? So, West Willy Brandt, the Swiss-controlled grain cartel, Henry A. Kissinger, and as an apparent afterthought, New Republic circles. In his current race for blank, LaRouche soft-pedaled his anti-Semitism, blah, 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 Kissinger and his friends. But now the real meaning is not lost on LaRouche's Ku Klux Klan allies. In a recent article, Michigan saluted religious exposing the neo-atheist materialist display of Talmudists, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's fucked up. So LaRouche is connected to the KKK, and LaRouche is also saying that what's his name was a Soviet. Born 19, Walter F. Mendel. That's the one. Okay, so in office, passed away a couple years ago. Jimmy Carter, blah blah, Democratic Party, ha 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 ha, representing Minnesota. Well, isn't that ironic? Minnesota. Well, 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 well. What time is it? That's hilarious. Minnesota. That is hilarious. Let's see. Soviet. That is crazy. That's hilarious. Okay. I'm just thinking that. That's interesting. Okay. Let's see. That is hilarious. No accession. I'm trying to take a picture of that screenshot there. That's interesting. LaRouche, blah blah, Kissinger. Wait, I already read that. Okay, yeah, so LaRouche was a racist. And it's ironic that he's connected to other races. But it's also ironic he's calling out Russia. I mean, if that's real, if that dude was really, if that dude's really fucking like from Russia or something. I mean, he looks. I mean, well, that's what's weird. I mean, well, I think he's Mandel. What, Spanish? What the fuck is who is his parents? Born, blah blah. Parents. Where did this? Oh, it doesn't say. God damn. So he was born in Minnesota and stayed in Minnesota. Okay, well that's pretty fishy. University of Minnesota. Oh, he was in the military. Korean War. So if he went to Korea and he changed up his attitude or something, there's probably something more to this guy than what George McGovern. Even the Republican. Wait. Well, of course he was reelected under Nixon. For blah blah. Soon to the party and economic and blah blah. Okay, so isn't this funny? Oh, looks like we got a guest. Sorry, I didn't see that. Hey, what's going on? So Mr. What's his name, Mandela, was involved in Apollo 1. That's very interesting.
Never heard that. Wow.
Yeah, because other things from Lyndon LaRouche is saying that he was fucking KGB or something and involved with the West German Green Party. Where's it at? Yeah, right here. Walter F. Mandel is an agent or influenced Soviet secret intelligence.
Yeah, it's weird. Courtney's got a beef with Matthew Arrett about Lyndon LaRouche, but I don't know enough about Lyndon LaRouche to have an opinion.
He's also connected with the KKK.
Well, is that a bad thing?
Yeah.
No, it isn't.
Yeah,
I don't think it is.
KKK fucking talks about the same invisible empire bullshit as the Illuminati and the Mormons.
I know, but at least they were against a certain tribe. Yeah.
No. That's when you involve the racism stuff. That's how we know that you're gonna be working for the New World Order, hook, line, and sinker.
No. Have you seen Birth of a Nation? The
New
movie?
World Order that movie is horrible. The New
That's
World
my
Order.
favorite. It's my
It's
favorite movie.
well, that's very demented. Okay, so the New
My
World Order is
second, my
the New World
second
Order is
favorite,
planning on people to be racist.
and my second favorite movie is Metropolis, which Jamie just did a show on that.
Wait, I thought your favorite movie was Fifth Element.
I like The Fifth Element too because I like Mila. Yeah.
No, so which one would you rather be stranded on a desert island?
Which person or which
Which
movie?
movie?
Uh, Birth of a Nation.
What?
Yeah, totally.
Oh, damn,
Have
the
you
cigarette
ever
smoking up.
watched it? The cinematography is amazing for
Nah,
the,
it's stupid.
yeah,
Nah,
it's amazing.
I don't like it.
You've watched it?
I've seen it. It's just a bunch of fucking people pretending they're some kind of fancy schmucks.
Well,
Bunch
it
of
talks
racists.
about the central characters are two different families, one from the north, one from the south, and how they responded to the Civil War. I mean, it's an amazing story. Yeah.
Yeah, but all the compartmentalized bullshit. Not to mention, what would Jesus do?
I think he'd side with the South
That's not
originally.
true.
Yeah.
Well, your Jesus doesn't have the sign of Jonah, so you're worshiping the Antichrist.
But you know, the North had more slaves than the South did.
Well, let's think about Weishaupt. He said they would legitimize slavery. They no longer needed slaves once they got their new credit system in.
Yeah, but the North had more Irish slaves than the South did black
well,
slaves.
well, they brought the graduated income tax. They didn't need slavery anymore. They had that. They brought the Illuminati doctrine.
Yeah, and as you know, George Washington railed against it, and there was an
Yeah,
anti there was an anti Illuminati party back in the day. If you've read the book um, about the
yeah. Well, that's why I
Barbarian,
think Mormonism was started because the the anti-Masonic party that they seen what was going on. They had to change gears. They had to all pretend like
yeah,
they were different.
yeah, and the Mormons were totally Masonic. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, damn it,
but
I'm
but but the
thirsty.
Mormons thrived in the burnt out area from the first Great Awakening. There was a burnt out area in the northern states, New York and different states like that. And
Ugh.
so that's where Joseph Smith, with his crystal ball and all his bullshit, he he came out of that situation. Yeah,
Yeah, the Illuminists.
yeah, totally.
Oh man, that flat pop was horrible. It's still better than having cotton mouth.
So I'm
Yeah,
not
so
what I'm just on my phone. I'm not watching on YouTube or
well, I'm
YouTube.
not
So
really gonna.
I don't know what the who's in the chat or anything like that. So if a chat
Yeah,
comes up, let me know. Let me know. Yeah.
well, I can just take the screen out. Yeah, I'm just chilling. Yeah, I did a whole. I don't know if you've seen the video. The talking about law stuff.
Law?
Yeah, I mean technically it might be applicable in Canada. The techniques of arguing. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah, Canada's totally fucked. Totally. That's why we're separating in Alberta. We're,
well, he brings up like damn it, he makes the distinctions of damn it, I'm really stoned. He makes the distinctions of laws of civil versus criminal and all that. You know, so
Okay.
like for a traffic ticket, for example, it's like they're asking you to pay money, or they're trying to impose some kind of fine on you, but yet there's no injured party. The
Yeah, I
person,
know. That's a key thing that I argued. I got two jaywalking tickets, and I argued them in court, and they both threw them out because there was no injured party. There was nothing.
yeah,
Like
yeah, because
they
the
threw
person
them
writing
out.
the ticket can't say that they're the injured party.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So
Yeah,
the court threw them out eventually. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. Howard Freeman, that was the guy that was talking earlier in the video. He was his his art.
Yeah. Howard Freeman. Who the heck is he? He's a Christian, obviously.
Yeah,
Because he was speaking at a Christian ministries outfit or whatever. Yeah.
yeah. He's pretty intelligent. He's got it all. He talked about how he was a conservative towards de jure or constitutional government.
Yeah, I still don't get that de jure versus de facto. I still don't understand that.
Well,
I mean, if
say we were talking to some
de
communists.
jure means according to justice, and de facto means according to reality,
Well,
doesn't it?
it's relative to what government you're talking about. Just like his arguments were relative to what jurisdiction the judge was saying it was.
Yeah, I don't get it because I'm a conservative at heart. Uh,
Well, you're
I
conservative towards something that would be like constitutional government, I'm sure, right?
yeah, totally. Yeah,
Yeah. So then imagine somebody's in Russia and they're conservative towards the communist government.
yeah, but I mean, isn't
They're
that
still
semantic?
conservative, but well,
Yeah, but
that's
isn't
where
that
the media plays
semantic?
off the words. The people
Yeah,
that are
that's
liberal nowadays, the people that are liberal against a de jure government, and they're conservative towards a communist government.
yeah. I just think it's a semantics game. Let's get down to brass
Well,
tacks
that's
and
how they're playing the Hegelian dialects and everybody,
yeah,
because
totally.
that's how they're switching the terms up to be complete opposites.
Yeah, that's why I'm so thankful that Courtney's going to write that or publish that book about the Hegelian dialectic because nobody understands the Hegelian dialectic as it's been played out throughout history.
Well, make sure you bring up that premise to her about conservative towards constitutional republic versus conservative towards a communist world government.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll try and remember that
Yeah, because
because
there's stuff
because
she's
like
missing. Technically, Courtney's husband should podcast. He's probably the real expert. I've asked her about questions of what certain stuff,
yeah
and she said that he
yeah
replied, and, and I'm like, well, what the hell? He should be on your talk show.
yeah he's the producer, the ghost behind Courtney, so he does all the hard work. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have to do a vote, get him on Courtney's channel or on here,
Yeah, he's camera shy. I don't know if he'll show up. Yeah.
because he followed Cooper's research in the '90s, uh, just like Todd, and that I think that would probably be a pretty good conversation.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to him too. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I mean, I've talked to Courtney so many times, so I'd like to talk to her husband too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I have to roll up a joint just to even out that cigarette, because that cigarette actually gave me a buzz.
So what's happening in the chat? Should I log on to my?
There has
Oh,
been any
shit!
comments. I don't think. Oh, I guess
Shit!
there was
This is
some.
a beautiful picture.
Well, so what was we talking about? We're talking about mafia stuff on JJ's show earlier.
You still
New
stomach
York.
JJ? JJ,
Yeah, he's a good
I think
researcher. I can
he
tell
is,
by.
but I have a hard time with him. I don't know why.
Well, I
Because
mean, the stuff he
he's
says
so
is adding up.
yeah, he's
It
so
mixes.
stuck on the process church, and
Well,
I've
think
got
of
the
it
book.
more as whenever he says process, just replace the word with OTO or Illuminati. That's because
Nah.
no, he admits that the process is a subdivision of the OTO, and that it's all OTO and intelligence MI6 stuff, and the also involved with another. Well, there's so many different groups. It's like there's the Russian intelligence, the British intelligence, like 3 American intelligences, uh, probably 4, considering. Well,
Okay. I just got onto the internet, and MMHQ2BD says, Harry, you're also such an asshole that every
well,
time you
we
come
don't have to make
on,
the chat. We don't have to make the podcast about the chat. I mean,
no, but
we're
why
talking
is
about
he
different
saying
subjects.
this? Why is he saying this? Like, is he an asshole himself? I don't know.
Well, you just don't have to worry about it.
I mean, that's why I regret that you don't allow me on chat, because I deal with these assholes. I combat them face
Well,
to
sometimes you
face.
just gotta let stuff slide and not worry about it.
I know.
Yeah, so we're talking about New York mafia, and somehow it was going to some kind of battle between uh Bill Colby and uh Lyndon LaRouche with some kind of game they were playing. It seemed. Uh, where was I going with that? Uh, they brought up the Chicago mafia vaguely in the thing, and there was something about that I was going to bring up, but I can't remember. The Al Capone stuff. Whoa, whoa.
Okay, I'm a bigot. I admit it. Totally. Aren't you? Aren't you a bigot, Obviously, you are too.
What? Oh, what's a bigot? I mean,
I mean, if if the definition of bigot is that I have personal preferences for X, Y, and Z, yeah, I'm a bigot, and so is
well,
MM.
do you have some kind of post-traumatic stress or something that's caused from some kind of
Me?
incidents that has made you
Yeah,
this way? Or?
I do have post traumatic stress.
Well, I
From
find that. Oh,
it's a
sorry.
long story. It's a
Well,
long story.
I got a quick story. So my ex was pregnant with my kid, and she cheated with some black dude, and that her grandpa's wife was raped by a bunch of black dudes, and that he would proudly say the N word as much as he could, but then when my ex cheated on me while she was pregnant with the black dude, he was all okay with that.
Yeah, I totally understand that, and
And
I
he was
can.
all okay with thinking that that wasn't my kid, and fucking it was like, oh, I see how people think. There's situational ethics. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
sorry,
totally.
I'm not applying that to you anyway. I'm just telling a story real quick.
No, I don't have a similar situation, but I don't want to get into my situation. But
Oh, you don't have to. I mean,
Lee knows all about it, but otherwise, no.
well, sometimes it's crimes from or hatred from class, which brings about situations like that.
No, it had nothing to do with that. No, sorry, no.
Well, I mean, I used to always get shit when I lived in the hood, people would be like, "Oh, you fucking cracker, piece of shit, cracker, 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 cracker."
Yeah, yeah. Is cracker hate speech? Like, hello. I
Well,
mean,
it was just ridiculous. I'd be like, "Okay, whatever." I didn't even give a
if somebody calls me a cracker, I don't give a
fuck.
shit what they say. That doesn't bother me at all.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd call him a cracker bag. Then they would
Well,
laugh.
yeah. Put some s- put some uh put some cream cheese on that cracker and eat it. Yeah.
Well, it's just funny because they wouldn't expect you to say that because they want you to say the N word when they try to start shit with you, and it's
Yeah.
because
What's
they want you
acceptable?
to be racist because that's why you don't want to be racist because they want you to be racist so then they
Yeah,
can.
I understand that, but I mean, we gotta uh,
Well,
normalize
well,
that term.
I'm not
To a
saying the New
certain
World Order
extent.
wants the New World Order wants you
No,
to be
but I
racist,
mean,
but the
look
victims
at
of
look at
racism also want you to be racist in some
yeah, but I
instances.
mean, don't we have to normalize that term? Like retard is back in the vocabulary now. I mean, we can say retard left, right, and center, and nobody gives a shit. So why can't we say the N word? Like, come on.
Well, I mean, if you were saying it in like the rapper sense, saying it as
I mean,
applied to
I
like
I mean,
dude or
people.
something,
I mean,
well, because
white
that's the difference.
people. Yeah, white people listen to rap music and they sing the words. And what is in the words of the rap music? N, X,
Yeah.
and
Well, that's the
Y.
thing though is that they don't use
Yeah,
the R in the rap music, and they're just applying it to the word dude most of the time. It's
I
like
don't think so.
they're saying dude, but they're saying it in various ways, like dude, dude, dude.
I
No,
don't get
seriously,
that
that's how it
connection.
works. They're saying dude. They're
Yeah, I
saying
don't get that
what up,
connection.
my dude? What up, dude? That's what they're saying. It's that's the thing but it could
And
also be
and
like,
and they can
well, hold on,
say it
hold on.
and we can't.
Well,
Like
no, no. Well,
what's
that's the
the
thing. You gotta understand how they're saying. I mean, I would never say it, but okay. So, say you were to say something offensive, and they would say, "Dude," but the N word,
uh,
but without
yeah.
the R. Like what? So,
Can we
so
can we you know what I've
well, they
changed
don't
my
say it. They don't say it with the R. They never say it like that. That's
yeah,
because that doesn't mean dude.
I've changed my nomenclature and I say sub-Saharan Africa. So,
Well, I just call people people. I don't really categorize them unless they're from like a certain country.
but they aren't people. I mean, do a study on genetics. I mean, there is specific genetics that are differentiated. Uh, we're not the same at all,
Well, it doesn't matter if we're the
especially in,
same. We're all stuck here on
especially
Earth.
in,
We probably should
especially,
get along.
no, especially in IQ.
Yeah,
IQ
but
is,
what about? It doesn't matter. That you're looking at. You're trying to compare apples and oranges and stuff. It's like, uh,
yeah,
what about the
definitely there.
philosophy? Hold on.
We are apples
What
and they
about
are
the philosophy?
oranges.
No, no, no. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, what about the philosophy of Jesus? Love thy neighbor. If he asks for a cigarette, give him 10
Yeah,
cigarettes.
yeah. That's a different topic altogether because I mean we're all creatures made in the image of God. So therefore we're all equal under God's sight. But I mean that doesn't mean we're equal across racial boundaries. No, that doesn't mean anything.
Well,
No.
yeah, but people are all have equal opportunity and equal rights. That's
No,
what
no,
America's
no, no, no,
about.
no.
That's
That
what America
that
was
that,
started
that
for.
That's the that's the libtard philosophy that we have equal
Well, no,
opportunities
no,
and
no. Well, that's the
we
thing Cooper
don't.
explained.
We don't
People
have
have
equal.
hold on. I definitely agree that we don't have equal opportunities when the way
I
they
mean,
base stuff.
did
But like,
did
well,
you
hold on though.
did you did you did you determine where you were born, what your parents were, blah blah blah? No, you didn't determine that, so you can't say anything about it. And
Well, the idea of
first,
America though is you're born and you have equal opportunity, equal rights. But I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean you can all bench press the same amount of weight and stuff. You know,
yeah, totally. I mean,
like,
that's an obvious sign that we're not equal. We're not equal.
well,
Yeah,
some people are better at other ways. You know, it's kind of
yeah.
like playing a video game.
I agree totally. I mean, some people are superior in X, Y, and Z, and some people can't compete. Yeah, totally.
Well, that's where the culture comes into play. It's like to have a good crossroads with culture where somebody who's good at reading books could exchange knowledge to someone who's good at fishing or something, you know, in exchange for fish or, you know,
Yeah, um, but I don't know if the fisherman could understand what the book reader is talking about.
well, I mean, like the balance of society,
No,
if
that
people,
doesn't. It doesn't equate at all. No.
well, I think the biggest problem with society is that everybody feels lost. That there's the way things are set up, it's all, there's no, th- like say you get a job at some shitty place. There's no long term anything. They'll just, if you can work there 10, 20 years, and they'll be like, oh, here's a pizza, like literally.
Yeah, totally,
And
totally.
so the people think that that's, you know, capitalism, but they don't understand. It's like when the government's controlling all the businesses and stuff, and everything, everybody's just undercutting everything, and that, you know, that's not capitalism because there's no free markets. Nobody can make a car and say I'm going to sell this car for 5 grand, and fucking all the other cars are 20 grand, and fucking they won't
Yeah,
allow it. Just like you can't go and sell a bunch
yeah,
of grain for underprice if
yeah,
you were to
and
have a big.
it's more complicated under our system because of subsidies and kickbacks and all that shit that make the equations not quite equal. Yeah,
Yeah, well, I mean, that's where Howard Freeman was bringing up that stuff about international merchant trade. It's like they've got the money, they make the rules, and we have to follow the rules. And like that 19, oh, my chair almost fell.
yeah. Look at Canada. Look what Canada just signed a deal with China, where they're allowing 50,000 or 49,000. I don't know why they said 49,000, but 50,000 Chinese EVs into Canada. And they don't realize that all the EVs that China sends into Canada are subsidized by the communist government of China. So, and then Canada, Carney, our president or prime minister, he says, we'll give a $5,000 rebate on all EVs that you buy. And but the only ones that qualify are EVs that are built outside of
China.
Canada, China,
Oh, I
and the
see.
US. So what the fuck is he doing? He's totally
Yeah,
screwing us. Yeah.
yeah. He's making it so the you're not a production. You're not having any production in your country.
Yeah.
That's their model.
There's only one car in Canada that qualifies for the rebate, and nobody wants to buy that car because it's too expensive, you know.
Oh yeah.
So
Well, my
I,
friend had
I
a
mean,
Tesla, but he sold it because he didn't like Elon Musk, even though he bought it and he liked Elon Musk.
yeah,
It's like, make
so
up your
what's
mind.
happening is the Canadian government is sending $5,000 per vehicle to Elon Musk, for the cars that the Tesla that's being imported into Canada. So what the fuck are we doing? We're destroying our own economy and supporting U.S. economy. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. Well, to explain to the chat, I I don't think Harry has any recollection of any of his past antics. So I mean, it's kind of pointless to give him a hard time when he can't remember. So, but sorry. Continue. Uh,
What were my past antics?
well, I'd prefer to just let it be. I'm not too worried. You said a lot of bad words. I apologize at the end of the show. The last time, I think it was 2 times ago. Maybe one of those times. I apologize for your racism. So,
I don't apologize for my
well, no,
racism.
I already apologized for you. So,
I support my
I
racism
I
totally.
apologize for your sins.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't apologize for me.
Well, it's my show. I mean, I
I
do what I
mean,
want.
I'm the one. I'm the one that has to apologize. And if I don't want to apologize,
Well, I'm your
fuck
friend, and I
it,
apologize
fuck,
for it. So,
fuck everybody if
no,
they
not
can't
too bad. I
accept
already
it.
apologized. They all know about your apology, Harry.
Okay,
I told them.
okay. Says I don't even have enough respect for Clint to stop. Why the fuck do I show up on the
Hey, calm
show
down.
if I don't respect Clint? Clint I
Well,
love as a brother.
they mean
Like, I
because you
mean,
said the N word a bunch. You were
yeah,
being
who gives a fuck?
well,
Who
well,
gives a fuck?
well.
I mean,
Well, you
if
know the rules though.
if
I
MM
mean, don't say
can't
the N word.
handle it, MM should fucking go
Well, I
off into
understand that
never.
you. Well, I
He should
understand that
go
you're a
off
super
into
butt
Never
and it's not a big
Neverland,
deal.
where everything's oh pink unicorns and blah blah blah. Like fuck off, MM. Like
What's it with Canadians saying blah blah?
if he can't
Wait,
handle it, fuck. Wow.
wait. Well, I think you're slowly getting less racist. So,
Do you think so? I'm get. Every day I go downtown
well, I
to
mean,
the
think
C
happy thoughts.
to the C train station, and I count how many fucking
Well,
illegal
don't say legal. Well, that's
illegal
fine.
aliens are on the C train, and I say Canada is totally fucked with all these imports. Totally. Yeah.
What well, I mean, isn't so there's no laws about people being in Canada? Uh,
Yeah, but the Carney Trudeau government, they won't stop it. They won't stop it. They keep
but I
letting.
mean, like if a policeman sees somehow recognizes that someone is illegally there, are they gonna? What do? They just let them go, or
Yeah, they totally let him go.
uh, so I could go to Canada anytime I want and just.
Yeah, totally. Totally you can. Because our borders are porous. Our borders are open. Anybody can come here. Yeah. It's
Well, damn, that road's just hard. Well, I'm sure if you moved to some other place or something and actually met a bunch of people, that were different ethnicities, you'd probably realize that they're not like the people that you see in your own country typically. You know what I mean?
I don't think so.
Well,
They're
I mean, like,
aliens.
no. Let me give you an example.
No, listen. They're
No.
aliens. They don't have the same religion. They're totally fucked. Totally fucked. Yeah.
Well, the thing though, well, I'm not defending illegal people being in anybody's country or anything. I mean, It's we're all in a shit show, socialist fucking compartmentalized bullshit factory.
Yeah, totally. Totally. Yeah. At least you recognize that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just crazy. It's like I think that the only logical reason why they could be flooding the country with illegal aliens is because more people possibly perished during the pandemic from the corona than what they're saying.
No, that's not true. The reason
Well,
why
I'm
they
speculating.
no, the reason why they let them in is because they vote liberal and they keep the liberal technocracy in power. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's
Because
also the other
you know what
factors
they
of the
give them?
agreements.
They give them $84,000 a year in income,
Jesus.
and and the average Canadian only makes 60,000. So they're totally wiping us out.
Well, it just
Because-
sucks because there's people that are
and
well.
not only that income, but they give them free health care, free this, that, and the other thing.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I think you should be blaming the crown, not Carney.
Yeah, we blame the crown. Totally.
Yeah, because
That's
when I
why
found out,
that's why Alberta's separating. We're saying we can't stand this anymore.
well,
We're fucking
that one Mason was writing about the constellation and the countries and stuff, and he was saying that Britain considered itself modern Cana, and that they called Canada Canada after uh, a word. What was that word? It was reference to Cygnus, but like that. I think they've got a system where it's like there's grouped up nations that are all part of one nation, and that each group is I mean it's each group
yeah, yeah.
existed except
Okay,
for
Clint. Clint.
the
It's
American group.
called it's called the Commonwealth of Nations. And in the
Well,
Canadian
no, I mean
government,
like
they have the Privy Council that is loyal to the British Crown and nobody else. Yeah.
yeah.
And they're unelected officials. Yeah.
Well, I mean, do you think that Canada is gonna? Do you think Canadians are ever gonna have a civil war?
Uh because Canadians are so pacifistic, I can't see it happening. But if shit comes to shit, um, it it might be a possibility. Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
If when Alberta votes for independence and the referendum passes and Canada tries to interfere, yeah, maybe some Albertans are going to bring out their guns. Yeah.
Jesus. Well, I guess I'm gonna smoke my last cigarette.
Who is this MM? Like, come on, put your
He's
name out
Eminem.
there.
He's from Detroit. He's Eminem.
Yeah, he's a fucking
Calm down. Don't worry about it.
yeah, asshole. Yeah, totally.
Well, he's probably mad that you're saying you're a Christian, but then you say that you hate other people based on.
I don't. I never said I hated anybody. Did I?
Oh well,
Did
sorry, I
I
didn't
ever?
mean to put words in your mouth.
I've never said that. No.
Well, I mean, I guess it's just rude and tacky to use words
Yeah,
that
I'm just
people.
discriminating. I
This.
mean, under the
Well, that's
under
still
the old
racist.
like discrimination used to be a positive word. Now
No,
it's
no.
a negative.
What?
Now
That's
it's
not positive.
now it's
What?
negative for some
That's
reason.
discrimination is not good. What if you were being discriminated against?
I don't. I'll accept that totally. Totally.
What? I couldn't accept that.
I am being discriminated against for my stance. Yeah, totally,
What
totally.
do you mean your stance about Canada?
about Alberta and Christian values and separatism. Yeah, I'm being discriminated against totally. Yeah. But I don't think of myself as a victim. I just think of myself as a patriot.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This cigarette's so shaky. I'm packing it. Okay. Yeah. So, is there any archaeological
Okay, okay,
discoveries lately? Wait, wait,
MM.
wait. Keep
He
your eyes on
says
the ball
you
here.
he says you have definitely said you hate everyone. When did I ever say that? Come
You were
on.
in like a
Come on.
blackout, drunken rage.
No, he's full of shit. He's
No,
totally
I've heard you say quite a few fucked up
no,
shit.
he's
But
full.
well, you were in a blackout rage and you don't remember. I mean, obviously. I mean, that's not an excuse, but let's see. It's like Harry's not super drunk Harry right now, so he's not. I used to have a roommate that drink a lot. So. I'm not saying you drink a lot, but that I had a roommate that drank. And
Yeah, I do drink a lot. Sorry.
well, it's like split personalities. The drunken
No,
versus
no
the
split
drunken.
personalities. Um,
Well,
if
split
I said
viewpoints on reality.
if I said something that sounded like I hated hated, I can't believe I said I hated everyone. I might have said that I don't like shit, chat, and show, but I
Wait,
mean,
that sounds like an
it,
apology.
no, no, doesn't everybody admit to
Well,
that that they
well, I
don't
mean,
like
if you
that?
said stuff you didn't mean, then that's fine. You don't have to formally apologize, but if you're
I'm
implying
not,
that,
I'm not apologizing. I'm just
well,
saying
you're implying
that no,
it.
doesn't everybody say
Order, order.
doesn't everybody say that they dislike X, Y, and Z? I mean, everybody says that day in and day out. Like,
Well, I think that you don't realize
I
how harsh
mean,
you were when you were
MM
super
is
drunk.
MN is quintessential because he says he hates. I could accuse him of hating me, but I won't because he hasn't said that. So
Well,
I'm not going to.
he's referring to stuff you said that you don't even remember. I mean, I can bet money that you probably don't remember just the way you're acting. I've been around super drunk people a lot when I was young. I know, I know how they're what they're thinking and stuff.
So, so are you agreeing with him?
Well, I'm saying you definitely said some very insulting and mean, evil stuff before. And that you should.
Insulting and evil according to what
Oh, damn it!
metric?
The cherry just fell out of my cigarette.
According to what metric? Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you said stuff you didn't mean, and you don't feel that way now, then you probably didn't mean to say it. I'm sure. Is that what you're saying, or well, you should probably just try to not be racist, and because that's what Jesus would do.
I'll be racist.
No,
I'll be
no, no.
racist all my life
Well, there's
because
no. You were misquoting
because I
Revelations the other
prefer the
night.
white race. I
No,
mean,
no, no. That's
obviously,
silly.
wouldn't
Hold on. Have
everybody
you?
prefers their own
Hold on. Let
race?
me ask you a question. Have you ever lived with a person who wasn't white?
No, why would I?
Well, how do you know what they're like if you've never even fucking hung out with
Oh,
them?
so I have to experiment?
No,
Like
I'm not
that's
saying
bullshit.
that.
That's bullshit. I mean, every race
Well,
prefers their own race.
well, think
That's
about this.
that's
Hold
de
on. Think
facto.
about this.
That's de facto. Yeah, de
I'm not
facto.
saying that anybody has to mix races or anything. I'm not for or against it. I'm saying that like you can't just judge people just based off one or two
I'm
experiences.
not judging people. I'm saying that
Well, you said you had some kind of past PTSD thing that. was relative to what
Yeah, I haven't discussed that. That has to do with my wife.
you don't have to discuss it, but
That
the
has to do with my wife. Uh, totally
well,
different subject. Yeah.
well, I mean, like the
What?
thing is, I mean, stuff's changed so much. It's like,
Yeah, and does change uh, represent reality? No, no.
well, I mean, like, okay, take the hood for example. There's no longer a bunch of people in the hood that are fucking doing what they used to do 25 years ago. And
Yes,
that
they are. They're
well,
totally
they're
doing.
doing similar stuff, but not.
Well, look at the crime
They're not.
statistics in the U.S. Come
The
on.
crime statistics are inflated. They're
No, they aren't. No, they
yeah,
aren't.
yeah,
They're
because
very
all the
conservative.
leftists use the fucking the death statistics of gang deaths and suicides and stuff and say that the Second Amendment's bad, but in reality, it's ultra low. The crime is ultra low compared to the people. All the crimes that do happen, they make sure they plaster it across the screens so the fucking people will fucking think that it's happening
Seriously?
everywhere.
No,
Yeah.
most of the left lib news plasters crime statistics that support you. Totally.
I could walk through any hood wearing any clothes and not nobody would fuck with me. I guarantee it. It's all
Yeah,
about
That's I could too. I have done that.
well, I mean that's the
Uh,
thing. It's like
yeah,
there's an illusion of like because I mean there is crazy stuff that happens and stuff, but statistically it's pretty low. It's like
I
I mean
disagree.
well I mean in recent times the drug the drug problem is definitely out of control, but
Yeah,
like
totally, totally.
the like the well what was I getting at the something about how oh damn it I forget what I was getting at. It was like a lawyer trick that I was gonna pull on you to get you to
Fuck, I wish I was a moderator. I'd kick the asshole off. He's an asshole.
well I don't really know who he is, but anybody's free to have their opinion. Oh yeah, well so there's no Jesus verses where Jesus is racist. You were perverting
Uh,
Revelations the other day.
what did
You were
Jesus
misquoting
say?
it.
What did Jesus say about the Jews?
You were misquoting it.
No, I wasn't.
You were leaving out a
He
part.
said they were sons of Satan. Hello?
He no,
Hello?
no, you were leaving a part out though. Well, I was talking about Revelations, not Isaiah.
Okay, Revelation 2, verse 3.
2 verse 3. I'm gonna find my book real quick.
It talks about the synagogue of Satan. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's talking about people that are pretending to be enlightened or pretending to be Hebrew. It's not talking about Hebrews themselves. What's that book at? Oh, there it is.
It's pretty obvious he's talking about Jews that think they're
No,
special,
no, no.
but they aren't. They're sons of Satan.
No,
Totally.
you don't understand because the Hebrews
Yes,
worship the
yes,
old
I
version of Jesus.
understand. I
They can't worship
understand.
the devil if they're worshiping the old Jesus. Where
Are
was
you
that?
serious? They
Yeah,
never
I'm
worship.
serious.
They never
Well, that's the
worship the
secret of
old
the
Jesus.
Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton is Jesus. That's when you read the book and when you read the first part of the Old Testament.
So they're denying it. So obviously they're synagogue of Satan. Totally.
No, it's just that they no the Kabbalism to the Kabbalists the story of God making the universe and shit and like It's like the way that the way that Christians look at God is not the same as it's that they're looking at it in a different light. That it's where the fuck
I
is that verse?
disagree because
Well, let me
if
find
you
that
look
verse.
at the epiphanies of Christ in the Old Testament, the Trinity was clearly outlined in the Old Testament, and it was just reinforced in the New Testament. So I disagree with that totally. I
Well, I
mean,
mean that's well. Hold on though. The Trinity is in
watch.
Exodus. The
No,
Trinity,
watch,
the Shem Ham
watch.
Feresh is multiplied by three in Exodus. The three
No,
forms of the Shem Ham Feresh. The where is that at? Damn it, I can't find that verse.
you're
Maybe it is.
reaching. You're reaching.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I'm just talking about something that you never delved into.
Yes, I have. I have. You
Yeah,
don't
but
know what I
you've delved
delved
into.
into. You don't
You don't know
know.
what I've done.
Yeah.
All right, what was that? Three? No, 3-2. Here it is. They will say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah,
So,
totally.
well, it's saying they are not Jews.
Yeah. And do you understand the significance of the word Jews that
Well,
is
no,
used in the New Testament?
they're talking about the tribe of Judah, the
No,
old
no,
kingdom. No,
no.
there was
It doesn't
what they
mean
call
specific.
Palestine was
Oh, okay,
Judea.
okay. No, listen. It doesn't mean it has a dualistic meaning. Jews means they may be descended from the tribe of Judah or that they were descendants of Abraham. And the New Testament goes over all that stuff and debunks all that stuff and says, you know, if God wanted it to, he'd raise up stones that
Yeah, but
praise Jesus.
in
I mean,
Kabbalism, though, it wasn't.
so
They weren't
and
symbols of
and
people. They
and
were
in
symbols
Romans
of.
Paul talks about Jews.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. This apple to oranges. It's you still there? In the Kabbalism, the tribes are symbols. And the tribe of lion is a symbol of the Great Enlightenment. Uh, is he still there? Or did his phone cut out? Am I still here? All right, where did testing? Mic check. Mic check. Oh, let's see. Is that a new comment? I can't tell. Uh, okay. Well, so anyways, the book says and are not, so clearly they are not the quote synagogue of Satan. Oh, I guess he disappeared. Okay, so debate one. Me one, Harry zero. No. Well, I mean, yeah, because I did clarify it with the book, the statement. I mean, so there's some interesting verses. What do we got here? What is this? Manoah. I got that marked. Philistines. No, I don't know why I got that marked. Hold on, I'm trying to go to a spot that's marked in the book. Ah, damn it. I keep passing it. Okay, here we go. So, technically, the King James, or the King's books of the Old Testament, the Constantine took out the first book, and so the second book, they call the first book, but the second book is actually, or the first book is the second book, and so the seventh book is the eighth book, technically. if you want to get back down to the brass tacks. Okay, so in the 8 book, we're talking about a building. He owns his house 13 years and built also the house of the forests of Lebanon. The length was thereof 100 cubits, and breadth 50 cubits. Well, I'm not going to go through all this, but this is astronomy symbols. Okay, so blah blah. Pharaohs. Okay, here's. The foundation was covered with was of costly stones, even great stones, stones of 10 cubits, stones of 8 cubits. So, so this is where it goes from the astro theology to not astrotheology. The building of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Imagine a stone that's 10 cubits. So just imagine that. A stone that's 10 cubits. Let's see how much that would weigh. Stone of 10 cubits. How much would a stone of 10 cubits weigh in the Old Testament standard? How much would a 10 cubit stone weigh? Oh, god damn it. It's not, this is not, okay, here we go. 10, this is it. 154,000 pounds. Okay, 154,000 pounds. So a stone, how much does the Great Pyramid, damn it, pyramid weigh? Okay, I better not give me some fucking giant fucking answer here. What was the last one? 600 million tons? Wait, 600 million tons. How many pounds is that? Well, so that's obviously way bigger. I mean, it's talking about multiple stones. Damn it, it can't just give you a number. Here we go, 13 billion pounds. Okay, so we got a good number on that. But it's talking about one stone weighing that. Even great stones, stones of 10 cubits, stones of 8 cubits. So big giant stones. I mean, it could be talking about the, what is that stone called? But it's saying stones plural, so there'd be more than one. There's only one of those big stones like that. But so, anyways, but they're talking about the foundation. Foundation of the pyramid has never been dug up. Okay, so, well, let's see. Huge stones, blah blah. Great court round, 3 rows of huge stones. Both inner court, the house of the Lord, blah blah. Then the king sent a fetched Hiram out of Tyre. He was a widow's son of the tribe of Naphtali. and his father was a man of Tyre, a worker in brass, and he was filled with wisdom and understanding and cunning to work all works in brass. And he came to King Solomon and wrought all his work, for he cast 2 pillars of brass, 18 cubits high, mama. And he made 2 chapters of molten brass, set up the pillars, blah blah, and nets of checker work, and wreaths of chain, blah blah. And he made of the pillars 2 rows round upon blah blah pomegranates, blah blah. Oh, where pillars were lily work on the porch. Blah blah. Where's that part? And he set upon the pillar in the porch of the temple. He set up the right pillar and called the name thereof Jachin. And he set up the left pillar and called the name thereof Boaz. And upon the tops of the pillars was lily work, as was the work of the pillars finished. And he made a molten sea, 10 cubits from the one brim of the other. It was covered, it was round all about, and his weight was 5 cubits, and the line 30 cubits did encompass it round. So imagine, so this is where it gets back to the, either it's real or it's not. This is where it gets back to the astrotheology or the, or if it's real, imagine a round container, 30 cubits, full of molten metal. Imagine how much fire it would take to pour that metal. 30 cubits did compass it round about, and under the brim of it round about there were naps compassing it, 10 cubits, compassing the sea round about. The naps were cast in 2 rows, blah blah, and stood upon 12 oxen, 3 looking towards the north, and 3 looking towards the west, and 3 looking towards the south, and 3 looking to the east. The sea was set above them, and all their hinder parts were inward, and it was an hand breadth thick, blah blah. The cup 2,000 contained 2,000 bats. Wait, the brim was full of lilies, or the symbol. He made 10 bases of brass, blah blah, and the work, blah blah. Where's that? And on the borders that were between the ledges were lions, oxen, and cherubims, and upon the ledges of the base above and beneath the lions and oxen were certain additions made with thine work. Remember the Ezekiel symbol? It's just not mentioning the other 2 statues, but it was saying there was more. Because it mentioned the lion and the ox. In the mouth of it within the chapter, and above was a cubit, but the mouth thereof, let's get that. Borders, blah, blah. And the work of the wheels was like the work of a chariot wheel. Their axle trees and their naves and their felloes and their spokes were all molten. So it's talking about molten wheels. Wheels are arches. And there were 4 undersetters, 4 corners, blah, blah. On compass, blah, blah. On the plates of the ledges thereof, the borders engraved cherubims, lions, and palm trees, according to the map. Now, where's that at? I think it's on the next next page. And Hiram made the lavers and the shovels, blah blah. And made the end of doing blah blah. The 2 pillars, the 2 bowls. Let's skip all these numbers. 10 lavers, 12 axes, blah blah. Where's that? Bowl slippers. Where's that? Solomon. Symbol, blah blah. They might bring the Ark of the Covenant. Blah blah. Where the fuck's that? Cherubims. Okay, sorry, I'm let me just let me bring a clip from the sponsors. No, I'm just joking. I'm just gonna bring a clip on real quick. It's just funny.
Various devices.
I always talk about this clip, and I got a clip of it really snacking
that were found in the laboratory.
As much as I want.
Certainly,
because I think that this is that's what they got JFK with. Possibly.
Purely defensive uses were not.
I think that's also what they got.
What the agency was limited to in any way. There were definite offensive uses. In fact, there were dart guns. You mentioned suicides. Well, I don't think a suicide is usually accomplished with a dart, particularly a gun that can place the dart in a human target in such a way that he doesn't even know that he's been hit.
There's no question about it. It was also for offensive reasons. No question.
Have you brought with you some of those devices which would have enabled the CIA to use this poison for?
We have indeed.
For killing people?
I should have brought this clip on JJ's show earlier. We were talking about Bill Kobe.
Don't point it at me. I wonder if
can you roll that over?
Roll it. Now, does this pistol fire the dart?
Yes, it does, Mr. Chairman. The round thing at the top is obviously the sight. The rest of it is what is practically a normal 45, although it's special. However, it works by electricity. There's a battery in the handle, and it fires a small dart.
So that when it fires silently?
Almost silently, yes. Very little.
What range does it have?
100 meters. 100 meters, I believe, about 100 yards, 100 meters.
About 100 meters range.
Right.
And the dart itself, when it strikes the target, does the target know that he's been hit and about to die?
That depends, Mr. Chairman, on the particular dart used. There are different kinds of these flechettes that were used in various weapon systems, and a special one was developed which potentially would be able to enter the target without perception.
Without perception?
Right.
And did you find such darts in the library, in the laboratory?
We did.
Yes. Isn't it true too that the effort not only involved designing a gun that could strike a human target without knowledge of the person who'd been struck, but also the toxin itself would not appear in the autopsy?
Well, there was an attempt.
Or the dart?
Yes, so that there was no way of perceiving that the target was hit.
As a murder instrument, that's about as efficient as you can get, isn't it?
It is a weapon, a very serious weapon.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a pretty crazy clip. Let's see here. Trying to find that verse, but I can't seem to find it. But I don't want to spend all night discussing that. Well, I'm probably gonna pass out here. Anyways. So this is interesting. Where did that go? He's talking about Lyndon LaRouche. Where's it at? Well, this isn't what I was looking for, but it's interesting. Man, my lips are chapped like fucking crazy. Where's LaRouche? Does it even mention him? What the fuck? Yeah, I don't even see his name on there. Okay, what is there, a PDF that I'm missing or something? Well, it's saying Lyndon LaRouche right on there. What the fuck? Okay, so this is a giant jumbled word mess. Alright. Okay, let's see. Lyndon H. LaRouche Jr. KGB twin. What is this supposed to say? Let me just zoom in on this. Okay. Approved release 2010. A classical KGB disinformation campaign who blanked Olaf Palme. October 1986, approved for release 2010. Blah blah, approved for release. Blah blah, executive intelligence review, classical KGB disinformation campaign who killed Olaf Palme. Who the fuck is that? That sounds familiar. Prime Minister of Sweden. Swedish Social Democrat Party was reviews connected to the Nazis. Okay, I'm gonna switch back to this one. This EIR special report was written by William Engel, Gurian Hoagland, William Jones, and Palo Serre. Incorporates the work of a team of EIR researchers from Western Europe and the United States. Blah blah. This report is contents for clients of executive intelligence review and are not for general distribution, reproduction. Blah blah. West Germany. Blah blah. Where does it start? Tracing home. Okay, Operation Edgar Allan Poe Investigation Hypothesis by Lyndon H. LaRouche Jr. 1. The KGB twin brothers, blank and disinformation, classical Soviet disinformation campaign Swedish police vendetta against ELP. Boris Pankin. Ethnos controls what really happened in a chronology of events, the disinformation campaign, how it unfolded. Self-censorship as psychological defenses. Documentation of press lies, northern flank, the Soviet strategy to trust northern route, Bolshevism, apprentices, blah blah. Preface by Swedish European Labour Party spokesman Michael Eriksson, tracing the tracks of Palm's blanks. It is now 6 months since the brutal blanking of Prime Minister Olof Palme. Swedish leaders have treated the whole affair with almost criminal negligence, despite widespread fear. Blah blah blah. Fear underscored in the most frightening manner. Wave blah blah. The documentation of the EIR special report, Soviet information campaign can play a key role in mobilizing the effort necessary to win the Soviet-sponsored regular war against the West. After the news of the Palm blank hit the press, Lyndon LaRouche Jr., founder, and LaRouche issued a memorandum of investigation hypothesis regarding blah blah. So LaRouche is probably with the Nazis, or I mean, he's with the KKK. Why wouldn't the KKK be with the Nazis? I mean, LaRouche indicated the way to trace the tracks of those who decided to blank Palm by observing their unavoidable attempts to cover them up. The international team. Let me see if we can read. Zoom in more. Oh, god damn it. Oh, what the fuck? It's not letting me go right. Okay. Trace the tracks. Blah blah. International team of researchers. Blah blah. Wisdom step by step clarified. Published report now in your hands, or perhaps here in Sweden, where we are daily greater resources than meager means. The EIR, the report that reap the greatest benefits, is especially significant to that report. Will reach an international public. The fatal shot fired on February 28th is no more Swedish affair. That were impossible given Scandinavian strategic importance today, already toward the end of World War II. Soviet leaders made great efforts to establish the neutral Sweden, which we know today. For those acquainted with the Scandinavian politics, it is not the Kremlin's political blackmail against smaller neighbors that stand out in this report. Perhaps it will be more shocking to discover that not only Western forces, financial and rentier interests have maintained behind the scenes collaboration with the oligarchical counterparts in Russia to undermine the nation states of the West. Aside from the economic and political deals with Moscow, those Western forces also share cultural affinity with their Eastern friends and opposing fundamental values of Western humanist culture. I thought the East was about the humanism. My part of the European LaRouche, blah blah. Wait, who is writing this? Why does he say my party? The European pursued policy of full blah blah. Satrapy, blah blah. Sweden has a long tradition of fiercely independent primary issued, blah blah. It's because Sweden's part of fucking Rome. I'm assuming it's under the wing or something's going on with Sweden and Rome. I mean, everybody knows that. The Soviet small EIR's precise reconstruction of KGB. Just blah blah. So yeah. Wait, policies pursued internationally by the LaRouche collaborators had already provoked series of enraged reactions. Oh, so LaRouche pissed off the Kremlin. Well, that's hilarious. Let's see, approval. Blah blah. Well, that's why I say I think there's still a Cold War going on from World War II. Let's see. What is that talking about? Club of Rome? Let's see. Our monetary fund, the World Banking Club of Rome, was significant in educating the Swedish people and concerning the absolute immorality of policies which would condemn millions of people. Blah blah. For these institutions, key to maintaining oligarchical bridge between Russia and the West. The documents here our campaign to revive classical culture against which sabotage operations. Blah blah blah. Reviving the basic concepts Western humanism after a long period of regression to the infantile psychotic level of Ingmar Bergman. Who the fuck is that? Ingmar Bergman. Does it sound familiar? What is this? Swedish, blah blah. Bergman. Swedish film director. Ingmar Bergman. What did he do? Let's see here. Let's see. Persona. I've never heard of any of these. So obviously his work is slop. I'm just joking. Anyways, play some Swedish shit. What did they say in reference to him? Infantile psychotic level of an Ingmar Bergman or August Strindberg. Okay, so let's see here. Copy Ingmar Bergman. Okay, from psychotic. Okay, what was that other name? Oh, God damn it. Okay, paste. Okay. Suffered severe documented psychotic episodes, blah blah, infernal crisis, delusions, blah blah. Okay, so they're just comparing these people Western after one period of regression to the infantile. So what were those people, Russians or something? I don't get it. We have worked for reviving the spirit of blah blah humanism. Blah blah, where's it sticks out? Stockholm. Okay, this is how long was this? Oh geez, this thing goes on and on and on. Jesus Christ. God damn it. Look at it. It keeps going. Okay, well good thing I checked because I was gonna sit there and read all of it. I can't read this tonight. I'm gonna have to how do I even save this? I'm gonna have to like copy it or something, so I can like read it more, you know. Yeah, I could put some like paragraphs in it or something. All right, where are we at here? Oh, wait, where's I somewhere else? Okay, what's this going on right here? Keep in mind this LaRouche character is some kind of disinformation, some kind of dark side agent. What is this? LaRouche, 51 pages. Oh god. Confirmation of Nelson Rockefeller as VP, 1974. This is like the beginning of the intelligence era. LaRouche. I wonder who else is mentioned in this thing. Where's the button? Okay, let's see what we got here. Wait, did I just see LaRouche? Maybe not. Mr. Rockefeller. Committee received testimony. Russell Ash. Let's see. Dr. Epo Allen. Blah, blah. Yeah, this is what a lot of researchers are sitting here looking at shit. Just trying to like read and dig through shit. I mean, like, there's a collection of public papers. There's documentation. Okay, where is LaRouche? Wait, this is 51 pages. I can't sit here and fucking. Lyndon LaRouche, National Chairman, U.S. Party. One match. Who else does it got? What about. Oh, yep. 4 times, 3 times. So let's see, what's it on? What is this talking about? What is this? Chile saying this? Okay, hold on. D. Chile. Rockefeller was a member of the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, which is responsible for making recommendations. Blah, blah. What did Nelson Rockefeller do when the news broke this fall about covert actions which led to the overthrow of Allende? Did he call William Colby, the director of the CIA, to get details? Did he call William Colby to express concern over the torture of people in New Junta? He called William Colby only to learn whether he really used the word destabilization. A man who is concerned with semantics when confronted with enormous abuses of power and human rights should not, in my judgment, be confirmed as VP. Wow. Well, that's pretty hardcore. Alright, well, I'm going to smoke one more cigarette. Evasiveness issues because Congress must substitute our judgment of Rockefeller, for which blah blah make people deeply disturbed. Therefore, the Rockefeller evaded to refuse to answer questions. Blah blah. With regard to power, he refused to say specifically what his policies would be on executive privilege and pardoning power, wiretapping, the use of blah blah. He would not make a firm commitment on the established plumber's operation with and hedged about lying to Congress and the public. He refused to comment on Richard Nixon's lying to the public about the Cambodia B word, passing it off as a loaded question. Economic policy, he refused to take clear position with regard to antitrust enforcement, excess profit taxes, wage price controls, oil depletion allowance, foreign tax credits, multinational corporations. He refused to say whether he would favor a reordering of government priorities away from defense spending and toward human needs. He refused to even make comment on Ford's proposed cuts in food stamps. Blah blah. 6 members. Blah blah. This person. Blah blah. Why did he not even say whether he saw a danger in massive Arab investments in the United States? Or constituents are entitled to clear statements on these matters from Nelson Rockefeller. His refusal to provide such answers, in my opinion, speaks strongly against his confirmation. Rockefeller refused to provide committee a complete list of gifts above nominal value. Blah, blah. Let's see, dirties. Let's see. I think I might just skip through this. Well, it's mentioned 3 times. Let's go. Back over here. 1, 2. Wait. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's all mentioned in the same spot. Who else might be on this? Let's see. Alger. Nope. No his. Maybe his. Nope. Morgan. Nope. Let's see. Who's well, I'm going to switch things here. So, yeah, this LaRouche character, definitely, got some skeletons in his closet. Let's see. Yeah, Cooper talks about him a bunch, and I don't remember what exactly he was saying, that he was some kind of fraud. LaRouche is some kind of fraud. What the fuck? Teaching classes on Marxist dialectical materialism. Ah, I see what's going on. He's probably a Soviet. Then recommending to read Das Kapital. Hegel, Kant, Leibniz, National Congress, Labor Committee, blah, blah. So obviously Lyndon LaRouche is some kind of fucking communist. But then he supports the KKK, so KKK are Democrats. Oh, this is funny. Spartacus League. What is that? Some kind of Illuminati shit? Trotskyist political ground. Jesus Christ. Jesus. What does that say about that? National security. Discuss technology and economics. And legal sense. He qualified. Norman Bailey, formerly in 1984, LaRouche's staff comprised of the best private intelligence services in the world. They do know a lot of people around the world. They do. According to critics, the supposed behind-the-scenes processes are more flights of fancy inside information. Douglas Foster wrote Mother Jones, 1982. Briefings consisted of disinformation, blah blah. Opponents were confused. LaRouche, several other companies. Citizens Electoral Council, blah, blah. Where's the companies? Looks like the Worldwide LaRouche movement was a bunch of fucking commie bullshit. Well, this is weird. Why would the commies want to eliminate LaRouche? That's bizarre. Submission blind memorandum. Viewing your case file. It's noted the information is received. Blah blah. Background investigation. Okay. Let's go back. Well, so that's bizarre. I mean, what the fuck? What is this? LaRouche's critics. LaRouche adopted more extreme ideas, process accompanying with campaign of violence against blah blah. He began to believe he was under threat of the Soviet Union, blah blah. He established a biological blah blah. According to LaRouche, analyzed public health consequences of International Monetary Fund austerity policies for impoverished nations. He predicted that epidemics of cholera as well as possibly blah blah. So that's bizarre. Okay. LaRouche founded the U.S. Party, blah blah, preaching Marxist crap, switching from left wing to right wing, blah blah. Legend that LaRouche returned to the party, blah blah. The Times alleged members have taken courses. Several members undergone 6-day training. Mitchell Warbell III, Strategic Services, blah blah. Lawyers expected members to devote themselves entirely to the party. Blah, blah. What the fuck was he planning on doing in 1973? Fucking LaRouche? That son of a bitch. LaRouche is French, isn't it? That's some sort of where the fuck did Harry go? Oh well. So LaRouche. That seems like a very interesting. What is he, like a triple agent or something? What the fuck's going on with him? This LaRouche character, is he connected to France? What is France's intelligence agency? Let's see. LaRouche became an informant in 73. Copious evidence. Wait. Extensive links to the Liberty Lobby. There was also copious evidence connection to the Soviet Union. Blah blah. Definitely Soviet agents. Well, that makes sense that the Liberty Lobby would. That's what I'm thinking of. Well, that's bizarre. You know, I'm trying to roll a cigarette here. It's the driest tobacco on the planet. There be no more. Yeah, no, I need to quit anyways. No more, Mr. Tobacco. No more, Mr. Okay, yeah, fuck it, that song's stupid. I mean, it's an okay song, but not really my favorite or anything. You know, somehow every time you roll and the end comes out of it, it's really fucking stupid thing. Yes, so I think LaRouche went from left to right to he's undercover. Basic socialist, blah blah. Fucking LaRouche, what does it say? Howard Bloom. Bloom wrote LaRouche's Computron Technologies. Most of the typesetting complexes in the city that Ford Foundation among its clients. Well, that's pretty impressive. Is it the Betty Ford Foundation or the Edsel Ford? Oh, well, that's quite a ways back. The old, I forget what they used to say about that old Edsel car. Let's see. Yeah, this LaRouche character's got quite the story going on. Let's see. So LaRouche said, quote, later, since 73, he thought he was a target. He thought his enemies were George Bundy, Kissinger, Soviet General Yuri Andropov. Well, if Kissinger wasn't his enemy, Kissinger was MI6, like Jonah was saying, then that could be relevant. Where the fuck's Jonah at? Damn it, I can't get on. I should have invited him on earlier. What's that say? Socialist and Nazi international as well as international drug traffickers. Colonel Gaddafi, Ayatollah Khomeini, and Malthusian lobby. What's bizarre? This was Malthusian. Here. Okay. March 75, Clarence Kelly, Director of the Bureau, testified the House Appropriations Committee on the NCLC was a violence-oriented organization, revolutionary socialist, blah blah, bunch of fucking terrorists. The name Lynn Marcus, LaRouche published Dialectical Economics, Introduction, blah blah, Marxism. Let's see. LaRouche ran for president. Well, that's ridiculous. That's bizarre. Claimed it was genocidal policy. Oops, fuck. So I did want to get into the re-alien thing. LaRouche ran against Reagan. That's bizarre. I was not aware of that. Walter Mandel, a Soviet agent of influence. Well, that's interesting. Well, so that guy was a known Soviet. Well, what the fuck? If the communists are against LaRouche and he's in league with Walter Mondale, what the fuck's going on there? Is Walter Mondale one of those Swiss Nazis? Kissinger. Oh, that's funny. Portraying the Queen of England and Kissinger as drug dealers. LaRouche received 80,000 votes. Blah blah. What does that say? Sleeping in the show. Oh, that's funny. That's pretty funny. Had a dream. Well, okay. Also, let's go into Contra and Norse Files. Iron Contra, Richard Seckard, discussing the gatherings of information with LaRouche. According to King, LaRouche's Executive Intelligence Review was the first to report important details of the Iran Contra affair. Well, I wonder if he had connections with Yuri Bezmenov. Because Yuri Bezmenov was the guy that narked on the Contra thing, according to Dennis Cuddy. LaRouche campaign supported Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative. Dennis King wrote that LaRouche had been speculating about space-based weaponry. Fusion Energy Foundation. '79, the Fusion Energy Foundation representatives attended a Moscow conference on laser fusion. LaRouche promoted lasers, so that's bizarre. What's up with the lasers? There's forecasting model, blah blah. Physicist Edward Teller, prominent SDI and X-ray lasers, told reporters in '84 that he'd been courted by LaRouche, kept distance, blah blah. LaRouche Teller, poorly informed man with fantastic conceptions. Huh. So I seen the Soviet Union collapsed because of Reagan's technology. They refused it. Blah blah. Wow. So there's a lot going on with Jesus. There's a lot going on with this stuff. Holy cow! It just keeps going on and on and on. The Roosh movement. Blah blah. Calling. Blah blah. Well, so that's pretty crazy. 96. Wow. He was old. 96 years old. That's crazy. I mean, speaking of old, I talked to a relevant person today. He said he was eating some kind of something and taking some kind of herbs or something. I don't remember what the hell he said. He's doing good though. Well, we're gonna have to look up LaRouche's death. I mean, I'm assuming he died of natural causes from being super old. LaRouche. Yeah, so I would assume he was working with the Nazi side of the intelligence as opposed to the Soviet. I don't know. It gets intermingled. There's a weird connection. Well, I'm probably gonna pass out here. It's way too late. I've been up too long. All right, peace out. I'm going to sleep. Watch out for the ghost of Lyndon LaRouche.